Okay, perfect. I think I figured it out. Um, um, Let me just check, make sure we are live here. Yes, we are. Okay, perfect. Um, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, Azeez. Good morning.
Okay,
Yes, we
perfect.
can hear you.
Right.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Good morning, Aziz.
Good morning. Mm,
Please, Aziz, I would like to talk to you after the class. I don't know, outside here, if you don't mind.
Okay, because the class is very long today, and I do have a hard stop after it, so maybe I'll say if we have enough time. If not, we can probably just meet some other day. But I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Just a second, guys. So we'll start shortly. Um, so I want to check something. There was a setting I saw that one time on Zoom where you can so on YouTube, can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me, can you guys type yes or no? So I don't know. Someone said they can hear me. Someone said they can't hear me. So I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, perfect. All right, so Bailey, you might have to probably refresh or something. Okay, thank you guys for confirming. Okay. All right, it's 10:58, so let's let's start because we do have a lot to cover. Let me share my screen. So just a second. There's one last thing I need to do before we start. All right. 10:59. Let's start. Okay. So I emailed you guys this document, and this document is going to be pretty much our guide for the project, and everything you are going to need to complete the project is on this document. For example, here we have the project assets, right? So here we are going to download the project assets. So we'll do it together. The reference architecture for the project, the agenda. So I have it in Word and PowerPoint, the naming convention. So for some of you guys that will be struggling with yes, the live stream is being recorded, so you can watch it later when you finally have access to your AWS console. So Lou, I sent it to your email. So if you filled out the just a second. I'll post it here again for those that don't have access to it. So the live, if you are watching on YouTube, is for free. You have access to the same course material and everything, but the only difference is you don't have access to me. You can only comment on YouTube and I'll respond there when I see it, right? But if you are on the Zoom call, then you are in the paid one. That's the difference. But in terms of like the project and everything, you get access to everything. There's the same thing for everyone. Okay. So that's the document there for those that don't have access to it. Did you pay? You should have received an email this morning because everyone that has, can you post your email here or email me right now at here. So everyone that has like an active membership, I did send them an email this morning. And I've been sending them an email all week, so I'm not sure. Check your email. So either that or just email me now and I'll add you. I'll send you the Zoom link, then we can sort it out later. All right, I'm checking now. Please, let me see if you've emailed me. Just please email me. Just you don't have to type anything. Just your email. Just send your email so I can respond to it with the Zoom link. Okay, I got it. Okay, sent. All right. Yes, you can use, if you have an existing domain, you can use it. But in this, today I'm not covering how to move your domain to AWS. So you should already have that moved to AWS and ready to go if that's the route you are going. Okay. So so you guys open this document, right? So first thing I want you guys to do is open this document. Once you open this document, download the project asset. That's the one that I highlighted in red. So here, just click download. Download it to your computer. So if I show you here, I'll just download it to my downloads folder. You guys can see it here. And once you download it, unzip it. So I'm going to right click on it in my downloads and I'm going to extract all, extract. And now I have the project asset here. So once you click on it, you should see project asset, and here you'll see all the pretty much the different files we will be using throughout this project. So that's the first thing you guys should do. While there's one more thing I need to do. Then also, once you've done that, also log into your AWS account if you haven't done that. Trying to log into my AWS account. There's one more thing I need to do. Yeah. So, search.
Recording in progress.
Okay, I think I'm ready. All right, let's start. All right, so once you download the file, I want you to log into your management console. So we have that ready. One thing I want to talk about before we start is registering for a domain name. So you need a domain name. No, we are not using Terraform to deploy it. anything today. We are starting from the basics, which is learning how to build the infrastructure on AWS manually. So before you can use Terraform, you need to understand how to build things manually in AWS. So that's what we are covering. It is a progressive class. By the end of this project, by the end of the program, there will be a Terraform project, but for now, we are only using the management console. So you have to learn how to manually create it in the management console. Is the screen blurry for you guys, or can you guys see?
We can see.
I think it is clear here.
Okay. Yeah. All right, perfect. What about you guys on YouTube? Can you guys see, or is it blurry? So if you can see, let me just please give me like a quick
I
feedback.
think it's clear. I just checked it, Azeez.
Okay, it's clear. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you are on YouTube, if you're having audio issue or your screen is blurry, try refreshing. I think it's just on your end because everyone is clear for them. All right, perfect. So yeah, so I was talking about the domain name. So the domain name is you don't need it to complete the project. So if let's say you don't, because everybody is watching from different parts of the world. So if you don't have $15 to register for the domain, you can, when we get to that domain name part, it is a small part of the project. You can just watch to get an understanding of the process. Then later on, there are other ways to get domain elsewhere and transfer it into AWS. If you need help with that, I can do a research for you. Maybe we can join another time where those that want to get their domain transfer, you'll be able to do that. We'll do it together. But for today, everything I'm going to be teaching you guys is we are going to be using AWS service, except for like when we get to like the third-party tools like Docker, Terraform, then we'll be using those two or Ansible. But for majority of the tools we are going to use, if AWS offers it, that's what we will use. Yeah, so that's that. So I kind of have a preference for you guys to register a domain name now. So that way, when we get to it, because it might take some time for it to propagate. So that way, when we finally get to the domain name, your domain name will be registered and ready to go. So for those of you that are interested, if you want to register for a domain name, in your management console, just a second, just want to make sure. Okay. In your management console, you are going to type Route 53 here. Then you select Route 53 under services here. If you already have a domain name in your account, like you can see, I already have a domain name. You don't have to register for another one. You can use the same domain name you have. So here, if I click my hosted zone, I already have a domain name that I'm going to use. But for those of you that don't have a domain name, once you are on Route 53, you can select dashboard here. It is going to bring you here. Then whatever your domain name is, let's say it is AzeezTest.com, right? Just type your domain name, what you want. Then you are going to click check. So once you click check, AWS will give you all the domains that are available here. You can see Azeez Test is available. I can either pick any of this. So whichever one you are interested in. I haven't tested deploying on any other like ORG. So I've only always used .com. So make sure you use .com. So let's say if this is the one I want, I'm just going to click select here. Then here, I'm not going to register for one, but I want to show you guys how to register for it. So you are going to click proceed to checkout. Then on this page, you are going to click next, right? I'm not going to click next yet because on the next page is like is your contact information. So you can see the steps here. You have pricing, you have contact information, and you have submit and review. It is very straightforward. It is like you are applying for anything, right? So on the contact page, your information will be there. Or if it is not there, enter your information, then you can complete that process. Because if I click next now, my information is already there and I don't want to expose it. So it's a very straightforward process. Once you are done, going to cancel here. And like I said, even if the registering of the domain name, if it is something you can't do today, that is fine. I have a video that shows you how to register for one. I can also send that video to you guys. Once you are done, here on that registered domain, so back in your Route 53, on that registered domain, if you click here, you'll see the domain there. So if your account standing is good, meaning like your billing and everything is good with AWS, there's no issue. Once you fill the form and register for one, it should take probably 15 minutes for everything to roll in. And on that registered domain, that's where you will find it. That's the only thing, but you should still be able to complete 95% of the project. Does anyone have any question before we start? There's something I want to do here.
I have a question, but it's not related to the domain name. It's related to the project itself.
Okay, what is your question?
Okay, I completed the project in January, and I shared because I was doing everything documenting on my dev.to blog, and I had someone who left a comment on under my post saying the process was too complicated and that there was a way to do that using an S3 bucket and CloudFront will be enough, for the project, because using the NAT Gateway and all the other services we use for the project were kind of expensive. So I read the comment and I was, okay, I'm new to this. I really don't know what it's really talking about, and I just say I will keep it to discuss the issue with you, if it's possible. And how do you, what's your point about it?
So the reason why we are using
Here is the link. Here's
the
the link.
reason why, yes, no, it's fine. I understand what you are referring to.
Okay.
The reason why we are using this reference architecture is because you guys are a beginner. You are trying to learn how to build something in AWS, right?
All right.
It is more comprehensive to use a reference architecture like this. Yes, you can host a static website in an S3 bucket. It is one of the AWS basics.
Okay.
But what does that teach you about creating a VPC, setting up internet gateway, route tables, things like that, right? So
Okay.
yes, you can host a static website in AWS using S3 bucket, but we are learning how to build an infrastructure in AWS. So that's why we are doing it this way, because this is also the basics. This is the project you are starting with. It is the basic of the projects where we are not using any database. And
Okay.
the website we are building is not dynamic, but you learn a whole lot more hosting your static website this way than hosting it in an S3 bucket. So that's why we are using this reference architecture. It is for learning purpose.
All right. Thank you very much, Azeez.
You're welcome. All right. So the next thing is you guys can open I'm going to open it here, but you guys can also open it if you want to follow along. So the project agenda, not this one, the PowerPoint one. So that's what I'll use to teach. Let me see if I can. All right. So we are hosting a static website. So what I'm going to do is like each of these, in building this project, there are different sections. So what I would advise from you guys is to wait. For example, if when we are building a VPC and I'm showing you guys, if you are running into any issues, let me finish building the VPC. Then at the end of each section, I would save 5 minutes to 10 minutes to answer anybody's question. The only reason why I'm doing it this way is so that when you guys watch the playback, or when I can go back and edit the videos, I can cut out the parts where there's the Q&A and put it at the end of the video. So that way you guys have a smooth experience watching the playback. So that's the only reason why I asked that when I am working on something, if you run into any issues while we are working on that stuff, give me time to finish configuring it. Then at the Q&A part of that section, you can ask your question. So please don't interrupt me in the middle of me configuring stuff. So whatever questions you have, just raise your hand in the chat. And once I'm done, I will start picking you guys one by one. So that's it, right? We are going to host a static website on AWS. And that's a good question. I think it was Haman that asked that question. That's a good question Haman asked, right?
Yeah.
It is, yes, you can host a static website on AWS using an S3 bucket. But the whole point of me showing you guys how to do it this way is when I started, this was the very first project I did, which pretty much gave me a good foundation for building things on AWS. This is the very first foundation that I used to build infrastructure on AWS, right? That is why I am showing you guys this way. Because we are not using database, or the website is not dynamic. There is not those extra things we have to configure. So when we are hosting a static website, it is very straightforward. But in doing that, you will learn how to build a VPC with public and private subnets, set up your route tables, set up security groups, use S3, configure your server, set up application load balancer, Route 53. So you learn a lot. That's the only reason why we are using it this way. So when you learn the static website, then on the next week, when we do the dynamic website, you already learned pretty much 60 to 70% of the process, where you are just adding extra things to it. That's why we are using this method. And from my experience, right, majority of the application you will see that you will build at work are built this way. Even if your company has a static website, it would probably be hosted this way. It won't be hosted in an S3 bucket. Personally, I've worked on many projects where we have an application, right? I have not seen anyone hosted in an S3 bucket. So that is why, even though it is in AWS documentation and all that stuff, right? you have to tailor your learning to yourself. Like learn things that would help you get to your goal, right? So this is a little bit more complex than hosting it in an S3 bucket. So we are going to build a static website on AWS today. And this is the reference architecture we will use, right? Some of the service we will use is IAM role, key pair, VPC with public and private subnets, EC2, and so on, right? And let's start. So when you are building stuff in AWS, the first thing you have to build, the first thing you should learn is network, which in AWS network is a VPC, right? You must understand how to build a VPC front and back, right? That's the first thing you must understand. And it is very easy to build a VPC. It is something you can learn. It just takes practice. With everything we are doing, it takes practice, right? The more you practice, the better you get at it. Just to give you guys a background, when I started to, I didn't have any cloud experience. I was working as a mechanical designer, and even before that, I went to school for like fixing cars. That was pretty much what I learned. I never consider myself a book person or someone that can do any of these things. I used to just look for skills that involves just using my hands. But then when I realized that people that, if you look around, almost everyone that use their brain are the ones that get paid the most, right? So that's when my cousin recommended AWS to me, just the same way I'm recommending it to you guys, right? My cousin recommended AWS to me, and I said, I'll give it a try. I was very desperate to change my situation at the time, mainly increase my income. So I started studying just like you guys are doing now, and that's what led to today. And it's been one of the best decisions I've ever made. So I'm telling you guys, what you are doing today matters, right? I want you guys to see it as little progress that you guys are making does compound and become big achievement in the future. So what you are doing here today does matter. All right. So the first thing you learn when you are building something in AWS is how to build a VPC. So that's what we'll learn today, right? So here we are going to build our VPC. So the reference architecture that I showed you guys previously, right? You can see here, I'm only showing you the part of that reference architecture we are building, right? Which is our VPC in AWS Cloud. The reason why I'm showing you this is to make it progressive so you guys can see how we build the service in the reference architecture step by step, right? The first step of building our reference architecture is building the VPC, right? I mean, you guys should already understand what a VPC is, but a VPC is your own personal space in the cloud. So when we talk about the cloud, right, let's not even call it cloud. All a cloud is it is a computer that is located somewhere, right, that you can remote into and use at any time. That's all it is. So when you think of a cloud, just think of a computer that is located somewhere that you are using to do whatever workload you want to do, right? So AWS is the one providing that computer for us, right? So you, me, and everyone on this call can log into that computer and do something, right? So, and imagine if you have a computer, right, and everyone is logging into it to create their own application. You don't want everyone to just be scattered all around and creating their own application, right? you want everyone to have their own personal space within that computer that they can use to host whatever application they want to host and set up whatever they need to set up there. Because your own setup might be different from mine. That's where the VPC comes in. It is your own personal private network area on that computer that you can use to set up any application you want. The easiest way to think about it, and you guys let me know if this makes sense, is think of it as an apartment complex. You know, in an apartment complex, there's like a whole house, right? And there are multiple people renting in that apartment complex, right? You guys are not just renting one big hall and everybody's living in that one big hall, right? In an apartment complex, you have your own room. You can arrange your living room, your bedroom how you want. You can allow who you want in your apartment, and your neighbors can do the same. So you have neighbors in that one big apartment complex. Everyone has their own room. It's kind of like the same way with VPC in the cloud. In that on that computer we are using, everyone has their own private virtual network there. So that's what we are building, a VPC. And in this VPC is where we would now start running our application in. And another thing I forgot to mention is also why does all this matter anyway, right? Let's think of like a website, right? Like apple.com, for example. Apple.com is hosted most likely on the cloud, meaning that it's hosted on a computer. That website you guys are accessing, the files and code for that website that is running is hosted on a computer that is located somewhere, right? So that is what Apple is using to run their business by making their website available. People go to their website and buy iPhone or buy iPad, right? What you do matters is because Apple needs to host their website to be able to serve their customers. They need engineers like you that understand how to help them host their website on a computer. So that's most likely what you'll be doing. So there's different things you can be doing as a cloud engineer, but most likely when you start working, your company will have some type of application they are hosting on the cloud. So that's that, right? So the first thing we are going to do is build a VPC. So here we'll come into the management console, right? And once you are in the management console, the first thing you want to do is select the region you want to build your VPC. So here, I'm going to select the region here, and I'm going to build my VPC in the Northern Virginia region. So whatever region you want to build your VPC, that's what you select first here. So once you've selected your region, next, you are going to type VPC in the search box and select VPC under services. Then you are going to click Create VPC here. And here we are going to click VPC only. For the naming convention, if you guys want to follow along, you can feel free to use the same naming convention that I provided for you guys here. Right. For the VPC name, we are going to call it dev VPC. And for the VPC CIDR, we are going to use 10.0.0.0/16. So here, we come back to our VPC. VPC name, let's call it dev VPC. And under IPv4 CIDR block, we are going to use 10.0.0.0/16. So because this is kind of like, this is like a high level building stuff in AWS, right? You don't have to understand how we get this CIDR block, right? I'm telling you, this is a CIDR block we'll use for this project. And when you are building a VPC for your company will have their own specific CIDR block that they use. They will most likely tell you, for this VPC, use this CIDR block. And this is kind of like also where you can digress a little bit to learn about networking if you are interested in it. But for it, we'll just use this CIDR block, right? And when you start work, your company will most likely tell you the CIDR block they will use for their VPC. So for the IPv4, we are going to use 10.0.0.0/16. And we are not going to use any IPv6. And the tenancy is going to be default. And the tags is already populated from the name of our VPC. Then here, we are going to click Create VPC. We have successfully created the VPC. We have successfully created the VPC, right? The next thing we are going to do is enable DNS hostname in this VPC. And what DNS hostname does is when you create resource in the VPC like an EC2, that resource will have their own domain name. And I'll show you later on when we create the EC2. So this is very important for things we will build. So anytime I build a VPC, I always enable DNS hostname. So here under your VPC, select Action and click Edit VPC Settings. Then under DNS Settings, check Enable DNS Hostnames and click Save. And that's all you need to do to create a VPC. The next thing we are going to do is you can refresh here. Just your web browser, refresh it. Then you can filter by VPC. So if you click Filter by VPC, you should see the dev VPC you just created. Click it. And that just means once we are creating the other resource, we would only see the ones in the VPC we are working on. Right. So the next thing we are going to do, so let me even just pause here and I'll take like maybe like a 3 minutes break. Does anyone have any question here in creating the VPC?
I have a question in the chat.
All right. The region you pick is when you pick the region where you are creating your VPC. You can pick any region you want to work with, right? Most people tend to pick region that's close to where they are located. That's fine, but it's up to you what region you pick. So I like using Northern Virginia, which is everyone almost like using Northern Virginia because it is AWS, I guess, first region, and it is a good region to use. But all the regions are good, right? But how you guys should think about the region is when you are working for a company, the company will build their application in the region that is closest to the customers they are serving. That is where the region comes in play when you are working for a real company. So if their customers are in UK, most likely they will use a region that is close to UK because then there will be less latency in their customer downloading things, accessing their application, right? So region comes into play when you are considering the people you are serving. Okay. Josh asked, why do we need CIDR block, right? So and to explain it in a basic way, it's not like I'm an expert at it, but this is how I'm going to explain it to you. when we are creating a VPC right now, right? And we are going to launch different resources in this VPC, things like EC2, NAT Gateway, application load balancer, right? Every resource you guys launch in your VPC, or you guys just know every device you are using, your computer, everything, your cell phone, any device you have in your house, any device that has access to the internet has an IP address, right? They have, yes, an IP address, right? That is how you are able to find all these devices on the internet, right? So when it comes to our VPC, when we specify the CIDR block, right? The CIDR block is kind of mapping the IP address that the different resources we are going to launch in our VPC will use automatically. So when you create those resources in your VPC, they will be automatically assigned an IP address that is close to, that is in the range of the CIDR block you are specifying. So that's why we need CIDR block. It helps us assign an IP address to the resources we are going to be launching in our VPC. Because devices, you guys know devices online, how they find each other is through their IP address. So that's why you need a CIDR block in your VPC. So for what you are doing now, for this project, you guys will be learning new things. Whatever questions you have on things that is popping light bulb in your head, right? Write those things down, because those are things you will go and do more research on to get a deeper understanding on, right? So it will be one of those questions. That was a good question, Josh, right?
Sorry, Azeez, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, under the DNS setting, there's also enable DNS resolution. What does that do? I know you talked about DNS hostname, which is the one we checked, right? What does the DNS resolution, what does that do? And the other question is, we selected a default VPC instead of dedicated. What's the difference between both of them? Thank you.
The resolution one, that I have to look up. I'm not sure what it does, but it's always enabled there automatically. Leave it. I'll do a research on it and I'll get back to you on that. But the tenancy is when you are building a VPC, right? You are building your own specific area in the cloud, right? You always want to pick the default tenancy, because you are saying that you want to use the same hardware that AWS is using for everyone to build your VPC. So you are saying that the computer that everyone is building their VPC on, you are saying that build my VPC on the same computer that Azeez is building his VPC on, that Josh is building his VPC on, that Haman is building his VPC on. But if you pick dedicated, you are saying that you want AWS to build your VPC on your own specific, let's just say hardware, specific thing that is just only you is in that space.
Like
And
a custom.
that costs a whole lot. So you guys don't ever pick dedicated. Just use the default. Yeah. So
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on. So any other questions you guys have at the next section, you can save it for then I'll answer it. So now that we have created our VPC, the next thing we are going to do is create an internet gateway and attach the internet gateway to the VPC. So you guys can see over here. Just a second. You guys can see over here, right? I'm learning how to use this thing. We created a VPC here, which is this thing, right? Now we are creating the internet gateway. Yeah. And please excuse me, I'm still getting used to this pen, right? We are creating an internet gateway and attaching it to the VPC, right? The point of this internet gateway is it allows any resources we create in our VPC to have access to the internet. And my thing is not straight. Let me see if I can just use the mouse. So any resources we create in the VPC, The internet gateway gives them access to the internet. Because as you guys know, our end users will be here. The website we are building, right? People will want to access the website. Those people are on the internet over here. So any resource in this VPC, it gives that resource access to the internet, and it also gives people that are on the internet access to our VPC. That is the point of an internet gateway. Excuse my Scrabble, but I hope you guys get the idea. So that's the point of the internet gateway. So let's build that internet gateway. So to build the internet gateway, we are going to come to our VPC console, right? Then on the left side here, we are going to see internet gateway, right? Then here, you can refresh. And we are going to now click create internet gateway. We'll call it dev internet gateway. Let's call it dev IGW. You can use the same name from the naming convention. Then click create internet gateway. And that's all you need to do to create an internet gateway. Once you create an internet gateway, you can now attach that internet gateway to the VPC, right? Because remember, you have to create it, then attach it to the VPC. That is what we give resources in the VPC, access to the internet, and people on the internet access to resources in your VPC. So here, to attach it to the VPC, AWS makes it very easy. You can click attach to a VPC here, or you can also click actions and click attach to VPC. Then under available VPC, you select this drop down. You should see your dev VPC you just created there. Select it and click attach internet gateway. And that's all we need to do to create an internet gateway and attach it to the VPC. The next thing we are going to do is we are going to create subnets. So we've created our internet gateway here. Next, we are going to create our subnets. So here we are using a 3-tier architecture. 3-tier means that you have a subnet. You have a subnet here. That is dedicated to resources that needs to have direct access to the internet, right? The resources that needs to have access to the internet, that is a public subnet. Then we have 2 private subnets here. So that is why we call it 3-tier, because it's 1, 2, and 3, right? So the first tier of the private subnet, the one in the middle, we are using that for the app servers, right? So that means that when we launch our EC2 instance that we will host our website on, right? That is the subnet that we want to launch any EC2 instance on. We don't have a database for this project, but next week when we work on the dynamic website, we would have a database, right?
Sorry, Azeez, I don't mean to cut you off. Can you zoom into the reference architecture they're asking? They can't see what you're pointing at.
I don't think I can zoom in any more than this. If you guys can see, you might have to. So you guys have the same reference architecture, so just follow along with the one I sent to you guys. Because I already have it on full zoom, so I can't zoom in any longer. So you guys can just use the same one that I sent to you guys. So the subnets, right? These are the subnets. So next week, when we have database, right, we would create our subnet. We will create our database in the data subnet. So let me explain again, right? We have 3 different type of subnets, right? A public one and two private one. The public one, we will use it to launch, and you guys will see when we launch those resources, you will see why we need a public subnet. We will use it to launch any resource that needs access to direct access to the internet. Things like NAT Gateway. Then for the first tier of the private subnet, that is what we will use to host our server. The server, which I'm talking about the EC2, that is we are going to host our application on. Then the third subnet, which is the private subnet database, they are the same thing. The private subnets are the same thing. We are just giving it a name. The name we are giving it is allowing us to, when we look at it, we can say, okay, oh, this is a subnet for database. This is a subnet for EC2. That's just what the name does. And that's the subnet we are dedicating to our database. We don't have a database in this project. Next week, we'll have a database. And here, we have the same subnet duplicate in another availability zone. So you guys know within a region, when we pick Northern Virginia right now, right? I'm using Northern Virginia. In Northern Virginia, AWS has different data centers in Northern Virginia. So in one area, AWS, within miles of each other, I don't know how far, but within, let's just say miles from each other, AWS has different data center. So what the availability zone means is that all the different data centers AWS have within that region, you can create your application in one of those data center and also duplicate it in another data center within the same region. So it just allows you to have redundancy and also fault-tolerant application where if one of these availability zone was to go down, your application would automatically, and you will see how we'll do that later on when we set up Autoscaling group, where your application will automatically be deployed in the other availability zone, and you can still serve your end users. Because you guys have to you have to think when you are building this thing as you are serving a company, right? Their website has to be up and running 100% of the time. It can't have a downtime. And how you protect the website for in case if anything happens is when you are building your VPC, accounting for things like this, where you are setting up your VPC with subnets in different availability zone. So the point of this is in case one availability zone goes down, the other one will be still available to serve your website. All right, so let me play this. And let's build our subnet. So we are going to first build the public subnet, then we'll build the private subnet. So let's go to the management console. And for the subnet, right, the naming convention is for the public subnet in the first availability zone, we'll call it dev public AZ1. And the CIDR block is going to be 10.0.0.0/24, right? So let me just, you can copy this if you want. If you guys want to a simpler way, you can copy, right? Then we'll come to our management console. Select subnet here. Click create subnet. And first, you are going to select the VPC you are creating the subnet in. So here, I'm going to select my dev VPC. Then, under subnet settings, we are going to give the subnet a name. So it is going to be the dev public subnet AZ1, right? And under availability zone, right? Remember I said in that region, there are multiple data centers, right? That is the availability zones. So here, you can see in the Northern Virginia region that I'm using, there are these availability zones: US East 1A, US East 1B, C, D, and E. In any region you pick, you will see these availability zones there. There are some availability, some region has more availability zones than others, but you will still see multiple availability zone in the region you pick, right? So for my first availability zone for my VPC, I'm going to select US East 1A. So what I'm saying is whatever availability zone you guys pick as your first availability zone, that is the availability zone that you will build all your subnets in the first availability zone in, public and private, right? So since I picked US East 1A as my first availability zone, please note whatever availability zone you pick, that's what will be your first availability zone. So we are now going to enter the CIDR block for our subnet. So here you can see the CIDR block for our VPC, and under IPv4 subnet CIDR block, right? Here, I said the CIDR block is going to be 10.0.0.0/24. So here I'm going to type 10.0.0.0/24, right? So just to also speak on something, remember I said when we create the VPC, we'll specify a CIDR block we want to use, which lets us know the type of IP address that will be assigned to the resource in that VPC. So depending on whatever CIDR block you are using, there is so many IP address that CIDR block can have, right? So when we are using 6/16 now, I think it's like 250 something IP address or something like that, right? So now that we are creating a subnet, the point of us specifying another CIDR block, this 10.0/24, means that we are dividing this. Let's say this VPC can hold 260 something CIDR block, right? And we want to create 6 subnets. We are now splitting those CIDR blocks for the entire VPC into those 6 subnets. We are dividing it into those 6 subnets. So that's why we need a CIDR block for the subnet too. So let's say the VPC is going to have a CIDR block from 1 to 250. The VPC is going to have an IP address from 1 to 256, right? Then what we are saying is like in this first subnet, we want CIDR block, we want IP address from 1 to 50 to be assigned to this subnet. That's the easiest way to explain it. So meaning that your old VPC, we are just splitting it down. We are dividing it into the 6 subnets we are going to create. So here we are going to use this CIDR block, and the tags is already populated. We'll click create subnet. Right. So we are going to create the second subnet in the second availability zone, right? This subnet in the second availability zone. So here we are going to click create subnet. Again, we will select the VPC we are creating the subnet in, and we are going to scroll down. Under subnet name, we are going to call it dev, public, EZ2, because we are creating it in the second availability zone, right? Under availability zone, we are going to select here. I use US East 1A as my first availability zone. I'm going to use US East 1B as my second availability zone. You can use any availability zone you want, just be consistent. Whatever you picked for your first is going to be your first, and whatever you pick for your second will be your second. So I picked US East 1B, right? Then under IPv4 CIDR block, we are going to use 10.0.1.0/24. And like I said, to create this project, don't worry about the CIDR block for now if you don't understand it. Even me, I don't understand it fully. Because it's like networking is a whole topic of its own. But note it down as things you should do more research on. Most likely when you are creating a VPC at your company, like I said, your company would tell you what CIDR block to use. So that's the CIDR block we will use for this 10.0 10.1.0/24. And we will now click Create Subnet. So we've created both of our subnets. If I remove this filter here, and I'm going to filter it by my VPC again, you can see I have two subnets, dev public AZ1, dev public AZ2. The next thing we are going to do, once we create the subnets, the one we are using for our public subnet, the next thing we are going to do is enable auto assign IP settings for this subnet. And I will explain what that means, right? So first, let's select the first public AZ1. Then under Actions, click Edit Subnet Settings. And here, check this Enable Auto Assign Public IPv4 Address. And click Save. We will do the same thing for the second subnet. Actions, Edit Subnet Settings, Enable Auto Assign IPv4 Address. Scroll down and click Save. The reason why we are enabling auto assign IP, when we launch our EC2, it will make sense. Is that because this is a subnet we want to use for public subnet, and any resource we launch in this subnet, we want it to automatically have access to the internet. We want to automatically assign an IPv4 address to those resources. That's why we need to enable that. And I'll show you when we build our EC2, I'll mention those things to you. I'll mention them, I'll point them out. But I'm saying when you create public subnet, that is a setting you want to enable. Unless if your company say, we don't want to assign any public IP address to any resource, then you leave it unchecked. But generally speaking, you want to enable that. So we've created the two subnets that we would dedicate to public resource. Now let's create the remaining subnets that we would dedicate to private resources. So you click Create Subnet again, right? Then you select your VPC. And under subnet name, we are going to call this subnet dev private app AZ1. So here we are going to call it dev private app AZ1. Once you give it a name for the availability zone, we are going to choose our first availability zone. For this project, I'm using US East 1A. So I'm going to select it here. Let me do this if you guys just in case if you guys are not seeing my screen better. So let's do this. Right. So I'm going to pick my first availability zone. Remember, whatever availability zone you use for your first public subnet, as your first availability zone, you have to be consistent. So since I use US East 1A, that's why I'm picking US East 1A here. Then under CIDR block, we are going to use a CIDR block of 10.0.2/24. So here we type 10.0.2.0/24 and click Create Subnet. We've created the private app subnet, right? Let's create the second private app subnet in the second availability zone. So we would click Create Subnet. And first thing we'll do is select our VPC. Then under Subnet Settings, we'll give it a name. It is going to be Dev Private App AZ2. And the CIDR block is going to be 10.0.3.0/24. So here We're going to call it dev private app AZ2. And under availability zone, I'm going to select US East 1B because that is my second availability zone. Then under subnet CIDR block, it is 10.0.3.0/24. All right. Once you enter your CIDR block, scroll down and click Create Subnet. Then we've created 4 subnets so far, right? We created the 2 public and the 2 private app. So now we need to create the private data in both availability zone. The process to create subnet is the same thing. So if you can create 1 subnet, you can create 50 subnets, right? It's the same process, right? So we are going to click Create Subnet again. First, we will select the VPC we want to create the subnet in. And under subnet settings, for the subnet name, we will call it dev private data AZ1. So here, let's call it dev private data AZ1 because we are creating it in the first availability zone. Then under availability zone, we'll select our first availability zone, which is US East 1A. Then under IPv4 CIDR block, this is the one for the VPC. But for the subnet, we want to enter a CIDR block of 10.0.4.0/24. So here we'll enter 10.0.4.0/24. Right. So once we enter the CIDR block, that's all we need to do. And we'll just click Create Subnet. And we'll create our last subnet. So I'm going to click Create Subnet. Right. We are going to select our VPC. Under subnet name, we'll call it dev private data AZ2. Then we'll select our availability zone. Our availability zone will be US East 1B. And for our subnet CIDR block, it is going to be 10.0.5.0/24. And we are going to scroll down here and click Create Subnet. We've created all subnets, so you can remove this filter for the subnet ID. And if I drag this down, you'll see all the subnets we just created, right? So you should have dev private, you should have dev public AZ1, dev public AZ2, dev private app AZ1, dev private app AZ2, dev data AZ1, dev private data AZ1, dev private data AZ2, right? So if you scroll to the side over here, I also want you to review your CIDR block, right? So this should be 10.0.0.0.24. Then you should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's kind of like the sequence of our CIDR block, right? So this is just, we are doing some visual check to make sure we haven't created the wrong thing. Right. So then the next thing we are going to check is the availability zone. So if you scroll to the right, you can see we have US East 1A, US East 1B, US East 1A, US East 1B, US East 1A, US East 1B. So it's just a visual check. All right. So we are done creating the subnet and we're at the question. So if you have any question, let me know. Is there a documentation on what fields value to select or input when creating different services? It's kind of hard to keep up. Right. Yeah. So for any service you create, there is documentation for it, right? There's documentation for it. If this is the first time you are creating a VPC, it should feel like that. But by the time you create your third VPC or fourth VPC, you will understand the process. It seems like a lot the first time, but that is just like anything you do for the first time. It's not going to be easy. It's going to seem like a lot. But for any resource you create in AWS, AWS does have a documentation for it. So if you go on AWS and just type VPC, how to create a VPC documentation, it will come up. All right. Does anyone else have any question? Okay, cool. Let's move on. So we've created our subnet, right? The next thing we are going to do is create a route table that we are going to call public route table, right? And I'll explain the job of that route table. We'll create a route table for the public subnets, right? So let's do that. Before we even do that, right? The point of this route table, if you guys look in the reference architecture, right? You can see we are creating the route table here, and the route table is attached to the public subnets, right? The point of the route table is, remember we said the resources we are launching in the public subnet, they have to have access to the internet. How those resources will have access to the internet is through the route table. So the route table is what gives it access to the internet, right? And you'll see that. So let's create the route table. For the route table, we are going to call it dev RTB for route table public, right? So in your VPC here, select route tables and click create route table. We'll give it a name as dev RTB public. I think that's what it's called, right? Then you select the VPC you want to create the route table in. It is going to be the dev VPC. Then you are going to click create route table. So we've created the route table, right? We call it dev route table public. The next thing we are going to do is add a route to this route table. One thing I want to point out is when you create subnet, right? When you create subnet, and we call the public subnet, private app subnet, private data subnet. As it stands now, all these subnets are the same. Just because we call a subnet a public subnet at this point in the creation of our VPC, just because we call the public subnet does not make it public subnet. It is not public yet. The name public subnet is just a visual name we are giving it to say, oh, this is the subnet we would designate for public resource. But as it stands now, all the subnets are the same. So how we would now truly make a subnet public is what we are doing now when we create a route table. So that's one thing I want to point out. This is going to be an interview question because they're going to ask you what is the difference between a public subnet and a private subnet. That question usually just always come up, right? So we've created our route table, right? So in order to So the next thing we need to do is we need to add a route to this route table that is routing traffic to the internet. I will explain everything as we create it. So we need to add a route to it that is routing traffic to the internet. So here on that route, right, you are going to select on that route, make sure you are on the route tab. You are going to select here, edit routes. Then here, you'll click add route. Then the destination when you want something to go to the internet, that is always 0.0.0.0, right? So anywhere you see it's 0.0.0 in anything, coding, application, cloud, that means the internet, right? So pick that 0.0.0 from the dropdown. And the target, you are going to select this dropdown and you will select Internet Gateway. Then once you select Internet Gateway, you will now select this dropdown. You should see your Internet Gateway there, the dev Internet Gateway. Select that one and click Save Changes. And that's all we need to do. So we add question. So if anyone has any question, you can ask. Lou asks, what's the difference between Internet Gateway and route table, right? Internet Gateway allows any resources in your VPC to have access to the internet. But when you create a subnet, the subnet is just a subnet. So now the route table is how you route traffic in your VPC. So it's how you tell your VPC that for this subnet, I want the traffic to be routed this way. They will still be routing traffic through the Internet Gateway. As you can see, when we created that route table, we added a route here that is going to the internet, right? Through the Internet Gateway. Through the Internet Gateway here. So you're still using your Internet Gateway. The Internet Gateway overall allows any resource in your VPC to have access to the internet. The route table is how you specify how traffic will be routed within your subnets to the internet. It will make sense. It will make sense as we go, right? So we've created this route table that is routing traffic to the internet. The next thing we need to do is we need to associate this route table we just created with our public subnet. That is what makes those subnet public. Remember I said all the subnet we just created are all the same. What would make a subnet public is what you guys are seeing here. So this is something I want you guys to note. Don't ever forget. It might come up during your interview. What truly makes a subnet public is the subnet will have a route. The subnet will be attached to a route table. Before we even do that, let's just attach it, right? So we've created our route here, routing traffic to the internet through the Internet Gateway. Now we need to attach it to subnet, right? So here, click Subnet Associations. Then click Edit Subnet Associations. And here, select your dev public AZ1, dev public AZ2. Then once you select it, click Save Associations. So now you can see we are still in our dev route table, public. On that route, we have a route here that is routing traffic to the internet. 0.0 is internet through the Internet Gateway. And if you now select Subnet Associations, under explicit Subnet Association, it is attached to, it is associated with dev public AZ1, dev public AZ2. Now, these two subnets, dev public AZ1 and dev public AZ2, are public. So this is what makes a subnet public. When we just created them before and we called it public subnet, it wasn't public. What truly made them public is when we created, someone said to explain the route table part again, right? What makes this subnet we have subnet. We have subnet here. These two, the green one that we want to make public, meaning that any resource we launch in those subnet, we want them to have direct access to the internet, right? To do that, we need to create a route table, which we did. Then in that route table, we need to add a route to it that is routing traffic to the internet. Remember, the internet gateway allows any resource in your VPC to have access to the internet. So to add a route to that route table to have access to internet, all we need to do is add a route, which we click edit route here, right? And we add a route that is, the destination is the internet and the target is the internet gateway. Then once we did that, once the route table has this route, we now associated this route table with dev public AZ1, dev public AZ2. That is what makes those two subnets public. Now those two subnets are truly a public subnet. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, you guys please let me know. So, okay, cool. So don't forget this because it is going to be an interview question. And this is one of the basic things you should know. Like if you say you are a cloud engineer, you are ready for a job, they'll just randomly throw this question at you. What makes a subnet public? You should just respond. A subnet is public when the route table that it is associated with is routing traffic to the internet through the internet gateway. That is what you are saying here on the route, right? So technically, we are done creating our VPC. I mean, kind of like we are done creating our VPC, almost done, right? But there's things I want to point out, right? We have created a route table, associated it with the public subnet, and I said those subnets are public, right? So if those subnets are public, what are these private 4 subnets we have, right? Yes, Josh, you are right. Yeah, so Josh is asking, is it safe to say that the route table is an extra permission layer for what resource that we have access to the internet? Yes. So the route table is just, you are specifying, the route table is how you are saying that for the subnets that I created, this is how I want any resource I put in it, how the traffic for those resources to be routed. And the good thing about when you guys are creating this is like, you only have, for the most part, you only have public and private subnets. So, you know, there's not other complicated routes you will have to set up. I mean, there's stuff in there, but I'm telling you guys, you just only, for now where you are, you only need to worry about what makes a subnet public and what makes a subnet private, right? We already covered what makes this subnet public. So someone said, are you trying to say that as many subnet that are not associated with the route table are private subnet? Good question. So you kind of asked ahead. Good question. Yes. So now we had 6 subnets. We set up the route table and we associated it with the public subnet. I told you that now those subnets are public. So someone is now asking, so what makes this subnets, the 4 subnets that we haven't associated with any route table, what makes them private, or are they even private? So the question is, the route tables that are left that we have not associated with any, I'm sorry, I think I said route table. The 4 subnets that are left that we have not associated with any route table, yes, they are private. In AWS, how AWS when you build things in AWS, one thing you should know is like things are denied by default. So when you create anything in AWS, those things are not given access automatically. AWS lean more towards on the side of not having access. So when we created those 6 subnets, they were all private by default. And I'll show you how you will know that. Then now when we created the route table, we are associated with the public subnet. Because that route table is routing traffic to the internet through the internet gateway, these subnets are public, right? So now let's look at what makes this other private app and private data subnet private.
I'm sorry,
So-
I got one quick question before we go to the private. On the public subnets, we also enable to assign a public IP address to those subnets, right?
Yes.
So that what makes it public as well?
No, it wasn't public when we add those settings. The settings is just saying that any resource we launch in those subnets, they will get a public IP address.
Got you. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. So in your management console, right?
Excuse me?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, okay. The 2 subnets quickly. The
Mhm.
public subnet AZ1 and public subnet AZ2. Both of them have the auto assign IP, right?
Yes, correct. Yes. So both for public AZ1 and public AZ2, we enabled auto assign IP. Yes. So in your VPC, right? First, I want you to filter by your VPC if you are not doing that, right? Then I want you to select route tables. In your route table in your VPC, you will see 2 route tables in there. You will see a default one and a dev one. The dev one is the one we just created. And you can see here, we have our dev route table. It is under explicit subnet associations. It is associated with 2 subnets. And you see this first one here. You can see here, it says main. And under main, it says yes. So what I'm saying is, when you create a VPC, AWS would automatically create a route table in that VPC. That is this route table you are seeing here that is called main. And by default, this route table is a private route table. And how I would prove to you is a private route table is if you select routes, because any route table, you can select it and select routes. Move this up. You can see in this route table, it is only routing traffic in our VPC. There is no route to the internet through the internet gateway. Because remember I said that's the only thing you need to know. If you want a subnet to have access to the internet gateway, your route table that is associated with it, you only need to do one thing that I want you guys to focus on for now, which is adding a route to the internet through the internet gateway. And you can see for this route table, it only has a local route, meaning that it is only routing traffic in the VPC, not outside of the VPC, right? So now go back to the details tab, not the details tab, subnet associations, right? So you can see under explicit subnet associations, there is nothing here. But if you scroll down here, you can see subnet without explicit associations. And read what it says here. The following subnets have not been explicitly associated with any route tables and are therefore associated with the main route table. So what does that mean? It means that when you are creating subnets in AWS, AWS is automatically associating those subnets with the main route table. And the main route table is private by default because it doesn't have any route to the internet. That is what makes our other 4 private subnets private. Does that make sense? You guys type yes if it makes sense. So the job of the main route table in your VPC, you should always leave it there, is to automatically protect your resources, right? So as you are creating the subnets, AWS don't want them to be public because that's a security risk, right? So AWS just create the default route table that doesn't have access to the internet, and AWS is automatically associating them with the main route table. Now, when you now want to now say, okay, for this subnet I created, I want this one to be public. That's when you now explicitly associate it with something, with a route table, right? The something is going to be a route table. That's why you see here, they have explicit subnet association, meaning that you went yourself and said, this is what I want this subnet to be associated with. So as it stands now, we have 2 public subnet and 4 private subnets. So that is another thing I want you guys to note, the job of the main route table. I have a checklist of knowledge checks of all the things you guys should know by the end of this project. And if you are working on it for the first time, I'm telling you guys, it might sound foreign and this and that. All you got to do is stick to it. It gets better. I'm telling you, by the time you create a VPC 2-3 times, you won't have to learn how to create a VPC. They can wake you up from your sleep and you'll be able to create a VPC. It is not that difficult, honestly. The first time, if this is the first time you are creating it, it could look like that, but I'm telling you, you just really need to stick with it. So as it stands now, we have 6 subnets. If I make my screen like this, and you guys type yes or no, can you guys still see better, or do you like it the way I have it at 125? Because I feel like everything is just squished in. If you guys can see this one or you prefer the 125%, let me know. Everything's okay on your end. Okay, cool. Right. So right now we have 6 subnets, right? And 2 route tables. Tutorial Guru, which one is yes? You want the 125 or the 110? So we have the option of this or this. 110. Okay, cool. All right. So we have 2 route tables now. Right? For the one we call route table public, it is explicitly associated with 2 subnets, which we called the public subnets, right? That's the difference. So what I'm saying, that on your note, write down what makes a subnet public and the job of the main route table. So the next thing we need to create is a NAT gateway. So as our VPC stands now, right? Any resource we launch in the public subnet here, they have access to the internet, which is good, right? But our private subnet, any resource we launch in here does not have access to the internet. And that is good. We don't want, the point of our private subnet is we don't want for the resources we are using to host our application, we don't want the internet to have direct access to it, because that is how people can hack into your server. They can bring your site down. And you know, when you are serving customers, imagine if Apple's website was down now, they'll be losing hundreds of millions probably per minute, because people are going to their site as we speak, ordering iPhone, ordering Apple products. And for every second that their site is down, it's not good, right? So what you have to think of as a engineer is when you are building this thing is how to protect those resources. And one of the first level of protection we use is the private subnet, meaning that the server that will be hosting our application, once we put it in this private subnet, right now, as I speak, it doesn't have access to the internet, and the people on the internet don't have access to it. It is just there. Right. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create the NAT gateway. And what this NAT gateway does is it allows any resource we launch in our private subnet. So if whatever I do for this, think of it as the four subnets. It allows the resources in our private subnet in our VPC to have access to the internet. Let me do that again. It allows them to have access to the internet. Internet is here. But still, the users, let's say this is the users on the internet, right? Still, the users on the internet do not have access to those resources. So the job of a NAT gateway is it allows your private resources, meaning the resource in the private subnet in your VPC, to have access to the internet. But users on the internet still don't have access to those resources. That's exactly how you want it. And you may ask, why does the resource in our VPC needs to have access to the internet? The thing about it is like, it could be for several reasons, but the main one that I will point out is when we launch an EC2 here, for example, when we launch EC2 in our private app subnet, you guys know when you launch the EC2, whatever the last update AWS made on that EC2 is what is there. So when you launch the EC2, one of the security things you have to do is you have to update all the softwares on that EC2 to the latest software, so that way there's no security vulnerability on that EC2. So when you go and update the softwares on that EC2, in order to do that, those EC2 need access to the internet. So they are going to the internet to download the updates, and anything by default, anything that if the resource in our VPC initiates the traffic to the internet, right? When they get the response back from the internet, the updates they are trying to download, those response will be automatically allowed back into those resources. That's how it works. So the job of the NAT gateway we are about to create is just to allow those resources in our VPC access to the internet. The resources in the private subnet.
Question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
How many NAT gateways are we creating? One or two?
We will create one. Good question. So we are only going to create, I'm showing you two NAT gateways here on the reference architecture because it goes with the same philosophy, the same concept of what I was explaining about the availability zone. At your job, you want two NAT gateways, just because if this availability zone is down, then you still have a NAT gateway in the other availability zone that is routing your traffic to the internet. But these NAT gateways, they do cost, but it's not going to cost you anything because we're going to finish the project today and delete them. So it's not going to cost. So that is why we don't want these NAT gateways. And that's why we won't create two NAT gateways. We will just create one NAT gateway and we will use that one NAT gateway for all of our 4 subnets.
And are we putting the NAT gateway in the private subnet, AZ1 or AZ2?
Anyone, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's what we're about to do. Why do we need the dev route table private? We will explain that, Ola. So let's create our NAT gateway. I'm going to. Then in your VPC, right? select NAT gateways, then click create NAT gateway. Then the name for the NAT gateway, you can call it dev NAT gateway AZ1. So I'm going to create it in the first availability zone. So dev NAT GW AZ1. And another thing I want to mention is that once you give it a name under subnet, your NAT gateway. And another thing is when sometimes people, you might have a solutions architect at your company that will draw the reference architecture. Another clue I want you guys to use when you are creating your project, which is why I'm kind of showing you guys this agenda. I'm showing you guys this agenda. I'm showing you guys this agenda as we are building everything as we go, right? Look at where I have the NAT gateway on the reference architecture. I have it in the public subnet. So you can create it in any of the public subnet. So what I'm saying is when you are using a reference architecture to build something in AWS, look at the reference architecture where the NAT that resource is placed on the reference architecture, because that's what you need to be doing when you are building it too. So when you are creating your NAT gateway now, automatically you should know that this is going in the public subnet, not the private subnet. So under subnet, we are going to select this drop down and we will select our private, no, we will select our public dev, either dev public AZ1 or dev public AZ2. You can select anyone. So I'll select my dev public AZ1. Remember, NAT gateways always goes in the public subnet, not private subnet. Then for connectivity, we will leave it on public. Then under elastic IP allocation, we are going to, the thing about the NAT gateway is it needs an elastic IP, right? It needs an elastic IP. So remember I said every resource you create must have an IP address, right? So the NAT gateway is the same, but in order for the NAT gateway to have an IP, it is not an IP that is auto-assigned to it. You have to allocate one. So here, just click allocate elastic IP. AWS will allocate one for that NAT gateway. Then that's all you really need to do to create a NAT gateway, and click create NAT gateway. We have created a NAT gateway. The state is pending. We'll just wait for the NAT gateway to be created. I'll click refresh here. It probably takes like a minute to create the NAT gateway. But in the meantime, do you guys have a question? Okay, cool. The NAT gateway is still pending, but I think we can probably move on with it, right? So that brings us to the next question. So all I'm saying, so why do we need the dev route table private? So why do we need another route table that we are calling private, right? So let's go to our route tables. In our VPC, I'm going to filter by my VPC. In our VPC, we have the custom route table we created for the public subnet. Then we have the main route table. Best practice for security purpose, you don't ever want to touch the main route table that AWS created there automatically. Leave it there. The job is to, any subnet that is being created, the job is to automatically make them private for you until you go and now decide what you want to do with those subnets, right? So now that we have created a NAT gateway, and we said the job of this NAT gateway is to allow resources in our VPC to have access to the internet, right? How we configure that is once we create the NAT gateway, right? We need to also set up a route table the same way we did for the public route table, right? And that's exactly what we are going to do. So let's do that. So in our VPC, make sure you are on route tables, right? You will now click create route table. We'll give the route table a name. We'll call it dev RTB private. Then you select what VPC you want to create it in. And it is going to be, the tag is going to be the same, right? So remember your route table, name, your VPC, then click create route table. Remember, in order for the subnets to, the job of the route table is, it is specifying how traffic for your subnet should be routed, right? So we've created another route table now. Right now, currently, the route in this route table is only routing traffic locally, right? But we want this route table to route traffic to the internet through the internet gateway. No, sorry, excuse me, I said that wrong. So we want this route table to route traffic to the internet through the NAT gateway. So here we are going to first click edit route, and we are going to add route. Remember, internet traffic is 0.0.0.0/0. So select that. Then for the target, we are going to select NAT gateway. Make sure you select NAT gateway, not internet gateway, NAT gateway. Then here, we are going to select this drop down and select your NAT gateway. Then click Save Changes. So now we have a route table that is routing traffic to the internet. You can see it here. It is routing traffic to the internet through the NAT gateway. Remember, the job of the NAT gateway is everything is still going through the internet gateway, but the NAT gateway is specifically there to filter the traffic some more, that the private subnet will have access to the internet, but the users on the internet will not have access to resources in the private subnet. So let me explain that. Let me show you on the picture so it makes sense. So we just created the route table, right? We added a route to it. So the route allows, we add a route to it, but we are going to associate it with the subnet. But we add a route to it. The route allows any resource in our private subnet to have access to the internet through the NAT gateway. Everything is still going through the internet gateway, but the NAT gateway specifically is filtering that, allowing this resource in the private subnet to have access to the internet, right? But any user that is on the internet, you, me, anybody that's trying to access this resource in the private subnet is denied. They won't have direct access.
So quick question, so it's basically the purpose of using the NAT address is for outbound connections through the private subnet to access the internet. So basically it's send a request to the NAT address?
Yes.
Okay.
So the job of the NAT gateway is only to allow your resource in the private subnet access to the internet. And I explained one of the reasons why your resource in the private subnet might need access to the internet is to download updates.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Cool. Right. So that's the job of the NAT gateway. So let's clear and let's close this. And I'm going to go back here. So we've created our NAT gateway. We've created our route table and add a route that is routing traffic to the internet through the NAT gateway. The only thing we need to do now is associate this route table with a subnet, right? So we're going to come to subnet associations, right? And under explicit subnet associations, we will select edit subnet associations. And here, make sure you select your dev private data and dev private app. To make it clear, you can do this to sort it like that so you can see it clear. So you need to select your dev private data subnet and dev private app subnet. So those are 4 subnets. that you'll be selecting. So once you select those 4 subnets, you click Save Associations, right? So now in that same route table, we are created a route table that is routing traffic to the internet through the NAT gateway, and we have also associated with the private subnet. Now we truly have public subnet and private subnet. So the thing you should know is what makes a subnet public and what makes a subnet private. Let's visit it again. Everything is on the route table. A subnet is public if it is associated with a route table. Let me show you. If it is associated with a route table that is routing traffic to the internet through the internet gateway. I'm telling you, this may come up on your interview, and you don't ever want to miss this because it's the basics. And a subnet will be private if it is associated with a route table. You can see these are associated with this route table that is routing traffic to the internet through the NAT gateway. That's the difference.
Sorry, Aziz, quick question. I thought I heard you say that the NAT gateway routes traffic through the internet gateway. I'm a bit confused about that. I thought it was just routing traffic through to the internet directly.
I believe it does still use, because if we remove the internet gateway from our VPC, no resource in our VPC will not have access to the internet anymore.
Okay,
right?
so it's doing it in the background. It's nothing that
Yeah.
we have to concern ourselves
Yeah,
about.
no, it's not something we have to. It's still doing it. The job of the NAT gateway, the configuration of it, it knows how to do all that stuff. Where it is there just to add an additional filter where it just allows the resources in your private subnet to have access to the internet and deny people from the internet to have access to your resource.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
So, Azeez, just quick question. So I posted in the chat. So as far as like with the private route table and NAT gateway, how would this work in the intranet type of situation? Being in my company, we have a few microservices. We would like to move on to AWS. So will this be the same setup since we don't want some of our services like accessing the internet directly?
Yes, it will be the same setup. Unless if you guys, if there are maybe other VPC resources you guys can set up. But I mean, for general public and private subnet, it will be the same thing. So if you guys need private subnet to put resources in it, yes, that's the setup.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Sorry, Aziz, if I get you right, what you mean is the NAT gateway acts like a layer that blocks inbound traffic and allow outbound traffic, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Exactly. So that's exactly what it's doing. It's just
Okay.
kind of like a layer that allows the resources in your VPC access to the internet, but the private resources in your VPC access to the internet, but still the internet people don't have access to the resource in your private subnet.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. So at what point does the internet gateway, the internet gateway and the NAT gateway route traffic to public? At what point? Right. So the internet gateway, you guys think about it, the internet gateway is needed for your VPC to just even have access to the internet, right? It's there. If we remove that internet gateway, the resources in our private subnet will still not have access to the internet. And all these things we can test. So when you build stuff, you can go and remove the internet gateway and see if your EC2 is able to download packages from the internet, right? So we can test these things. So the internet gateway is there, it's still there. And I think let me see if I can. I know I have the documentation somewhere, but I don't want to just go off the tangent to go look for it. But I'll find it and I'll show you guys. In the AWS documentation, it clearly shows that it is still using the internet gateway. Yeah, the internet gateway, your VPC needs it to have access to the internet. So with that said, we are pretty much done building our VPC. So this is how you build a VPC, with public and private subnets. And I'm also saying that at work, if they ask you to build a VPC with public and private subnet, this is exactly how you do it. And you'll see at you guys' job for your VPC with public and private subnet, go check, you'll see that it's the same thing. So it seems like a lot, but it's really not a lot. Once you build a couple of VPCs, right, you can build a VPC just like that in no time. Literally, it can take you 10 to 15 minutes. You're done creating your VPC. And here, all we are doing now is practice, because by the time we get to Terraform, we'll be using automation to build our VPC. So for now, you need to learn how to build a VPC and also understand what you are building. Okay, so we are done. We are done with VPC. Does anyone have any question? Yes. There's a way to test what we just did. We would test it when we launch our EC2 instance and resources in our VPC, then we will test it. Okay, for visual purpose, right? This is what your VPC should look like. Everybody's VPC that's following along. So go to the management console, select your VPC, right? And select your dev VPC here. Then select resource map. So everybody's VPC should look like this. So you guys can kind of visually review your VPC now. Let me drag this a little bit up so you can see. Yeah. So we have our VPC. And in US East 1A, you can see our dev public AZ1 subnet, route table, internet gateway. Or the best way to do it is connections, right? Just select the connection, the internet gateway, right? You can see the public subnet, right? And if you select the NAT gateway, that should be pointing to your private subnet, right? Then the same thing for the route table. If you select the route table, private, that should be pointing to your private subnet. And if you select the public, that should be pointing to your public subnet. So those are like visually, that's how you can verify for now.
So,
Right.
sorry, if I may ask, what is the purpose of the default route table then? The route network that is there.
The job of the default route table is to make your subnets private by default until you go and specify what you want to do with it. So as you are creating it, the default route table is making it private.
Okay. Okay.
But you will not use the default route table for your real workload. It is just there to help you make things secure. But you still go and create your own custom route table. You understand?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So we are done creating the VPC. Where are we with time? I think we are making good time. We should be able to finish this project today. And one thing I want to mention is at the end of this project, I'll show you guys how to clean up certain things today, but you're going to need it next week, right? So the VPC, we are done creating the VPC until the end of this project. So we won't be creating the VPC anymore. So I advise you watch the playback. Make sure you understand what we just did. And in the document that I shared with you guys, there is a checklist right here. So what we just did is VPC, right? So here creating a VPC, right? Enabling DNS host name, understand the purpose of the main route table, verify AWS.
Wow.
Just a second, someone is on mute. So verifying AWS automatically assigns the subnets to a route table, right? Creating an internet gateway. So I have all this checklist for you here for like everything we just did now, things you should know. So please, yes. So the videos will be on here for you guys to watch the playback. So please understand everything we just did with the VPC. It's really not a lot, but if this is the first time you are doing it, I understand that it can look like a lot, but it's really not a lot. Once you know how to build a VPC, you're done for life. That's it. Once you get to work, it's the same way. So let's move on. So the next thing, we are now moving into the phase of, now that we have a VPC, we can now start building our application in the VPC, right? So the next thing we are going to do is, before we build the application, we have to set up the security groups, right? Security groups is an additional security thing. Security group is an additional security layer that we are adding to our VPC. We have already set up the routes and everything, right? The route table and everything. So now security groups is also an additional, is a firewall that you are adding to your VPC to tell what type of traffic that is coming from the internet you want to allow in your VPC. Remember, we said that as it stands now, the resources in our VPC, and on this, I've simplified it. I've removed some of the resources for the VPC so you guys can see everything clear. But when you are looking at this, assume the NAT gateway is there. But I don't have it here because I only want to point out the setting things to you guys. So as it is now, the private resource in our VPC has access to the internet. Users on the internet don't have access to it. And public subnet have access to the internet, and users on the internet have access to it, right? So that is just the general setup for our VPC. Now the security group is specifying which traffic from the internet you want to allow. And this is another thing you guys should note or write down if you don't understand. When traffic are coming from the internet, there's things that we call ports. Ports is like different, I don't even know how to explain it, but just know there are ports on the internet, which means that the different places from the internet a traffic can be coming from, right? And these ports, they are numbered, and you don't have to memorize it. By you building stuff, you will understand. You will know the main ports. So it's not something you need to memorize. You might just do a quick research on it. To understand it. A good thank you. I'm not even sure how to say your name, but thank you. He said like it's a connection point, right? So it's pretty much where the traffic is coming from the internet into your VPC. So generally our VPC we set up this to have access to the internet and so on, right? So now the security group is the firewall that says that if a traffic is coming from port 22, I want to allow it. If a traffic is coming from port 90, deny it, right? So that's how the security group works. So the next thing we are going to do is set up the security group for our application. So this is the full reference architecture for our application, right? We are going to use EC2. We are going to use application load balancer, and we are going to use a Bastion host. And you would understand what everything means by the time we are done, right? So let me clear this. And also, you don't feel like you have to understand the concept of security group now. Get what you can get today, but try to recite it to yourself to explain it to yourself, you will understand it. Okay, so let's start. The first security group here, we are going to create a firewall that we will attach to this Bastion host. And we will talk about what a Bastion host is. But for now, just know we'll have a Bastion host, which is just an EC2. Then we will attach the security group to it. This just means that when this is you, the engineer, you are building this stuff now. When you launch an EC2 in whether your public subnet or your private subnet, how you would log into that EC2, because you remember EC2 is a computer, but when you launch it in your VPC, how you are going to log into that EC2 is through SSH. It's like how you connect to it. So you, the engineer, you are going to connect into your EC2. Then when you connect into your EC2, you can do things like install the website on it, update the software on that EC2. So that's what you are doing. This is server administration. We can call it that, right? You are logging into it and you are doing your administration work on that EC2. That you do on port 22. This is the standard. So that's how you learn it. You just start doing it and you know it. So what this is saying is that we are going to create a security group that will allow access into our VPC from port 22, but we are going to limit the source of that traffic to our IP address. So this just means that you are the engineer, you are here, wherever you are sitting now. When you launch your EC2, you will SSH into it, but the security group is only going to allow you to SSH into the EC2 if the traffic is coming from your specific IP address of your Wi-Fi or your internet right now that you are using. So that's what that means. And once we build it, you will see it. So the second security group is going to be attached to the application load balancer. And this is kind of like we're getting ahead a little bit but I have to show you this to make the security group make sense. But once we start building things, it will make more sense too. So we are going to have an application load balancer, right? Remember I said when we now create our server, which is in the private subnet here, they will have access to the internet to download package through the NAT gateway, but users on the internet still don't have access to it. So when you now host your website on this application load, when you now host your website on this 2 EC2 instance, how are the people on the internet going to be able to access it, right? How they are going to be able to access it is through the application load balancer. And this is how the traffic works. So anytime you guys type something on the internet, you type www.apple.com. I'm not saying this is the reference architecture Apple is using because theirs is probably more sophisticated than this, but for simplicity, when you type a website domain name, this is what's happening. This is you. You are typing www, right? It is going through Route 53, which is the domain registration, right? It's coming through the internet gateway. And when we access something on the web, any website, those ports are 80 and 443. You will know these ones automatically because you use it so much, you will know it. So I can even Google something, all the ports, you will see any ports has a designated number for it, and it's always the same. So I'm saying for internet traffic, it is 80 and 443, and we will cover what those two means later on, but just know internet traffic is 80 and 443. That's the ports they come from, right? So you are accessing, you are trying to request information from this EC2 on 80 and 443. That is, you are using Google Chrome, you type the website. So your traffic, your request is going to come here, and it is going to hit the application load balancer, right? Now the application load balancer is going to take your request, forward it to the EC2. It'll be like, it will say, Ola is requesting something from you, right? It would take your request, the application load balancer would take your request, forward it to the EC2. The EC2 will respond, giving back what Ola requested, right? It's back to the application load balancer, and the application load balancer will now give you back what you request. So anytime you guys go on an internet and you are typing something, you are clicking a link to see something, that's exactly what's happening behind the scenes, right? The request, you are making a request to the server. The request is going, remember, again, I'll repeat, you request something, it goes, it hits the load balancer in our reference architecture. The load balancer now takes it, sends it to the EC2. The EC2 responds back to the load balancer, and the load balancer responds back to you. There's no point where you are directly, I know I have too much Scrabble here. I hope you guys are following. There's no point you are directly requesting it like this. No. The request is coming to the load balancer. The load balancer is asking them and getting the response and giving you back the response. Does that make sense? So this is why when we create our security group that we are attaching to the application load balancer, we are saying the application load balancer will allow any traffic coming from the internet from port 80 and 443. Remember, you'll be actually trying to request the information on port 80 and 443. So that's why we have this security group we will create. Remember, I now said when you request the information, our server is here, right? The application load balancer is the one that is going to ask this for you on your behalf, right? So that's why on the security group, we will attach to the web server, right? It is going to allow traffic coming on port 80 and port 443, but only if it is coming from the load balancer. That's why you see the source here is saying load balancer security group. So this server is only going to allow traffic coming from port 80 and port 443 if it is coming from this. So if the traffic is coming from here, it is going to be denied. It would only allow it if it is coming from the load balancer. Remember, this is our server again, and this is a Bastion host. The job of a Bastion host is it allows you, the engineer, remember I said you have to log into your EC2 instance to do some administration work. So because your EC2 instance are in the private subnet, you as the administrator, you also don't have direct access to it like this. You can't just SSH. Remember I said how you will log into it is through SSH, which is on port 22. You can't just log into it directly like that. You are denied, right? So how you'll be able to log into it is through the Bastion host, right? So, and how it works is you log into the Bastion host, and we'll cover all this today. And from the Bastion host, you can now log into your EC2. So here you are logging into this on port 22. So that's why we have this security group here. This security group rule that is saying that the EC2 would allow traffic on port 22 if it is coming from the Bastion host. Because remember, you have to log into here first. Then from here is when you log into here. So truly, it is only this Bastion host that has access to the server. And this is for security purpose. So you don't have access to it. Does that make sense? You guys, please respond if it makes sense. Just give me a yes, no, maybe, or with your question. So it's like the question point before we create it. Okay, yes. All right, cool. All right, let's create the the security group. So in our VPC, we are going to select security groups here. And we are going to click create security group. The first security group we will create is the one we will call the SSH security group. So now we'll just make this specific to the project name because the project is the application we are deploying is Jupyter. So we can call it Dev Jupyter SSH security group. So here you give it a name. You call it Dev. What did I call it? Dev Jupyter Dev Jupyter SSH SG. Then I'm going to use the same name for the description. So just copy the name, put it in the description. And under VPC, make sure you select this drop down and select your dev VPC. Make sure you select the right VPC. Then under inbound rule, right? We are going to click add rule. Then remember, this is the one we will use to log into our EC2 instance. So here we are going to select SSH because that's how you log into your EC2 instance. That's the standard SSH, right? Then for the source, right, we are going to select here and select my IP. So this is saying that you want to SSH into your EC2 instance from your IP. So this means that only you, where you are now, can log into your EC2 instance. Anybody else will not be able to log into your EC2 instance, right? Let's say I change this to anywhere, right? I'm changing it to internet. That means that anybody on the internet can log into your EC2 instance. For security purpose, you don't ever want to do that. This is like a big no-no at work. So you always want to make sure it is on your IP. And that's all we need to do to create our SSH security group. The outbound rule, leave it as the same, don't change it, and click create security group. The second security group we are going to create is the one I said for the load balancer, right? So we are going to click security groups here. So if you click security groups here, it will bring you back to security groups. Click create security group. And we're going to give it a name. We'll call it Dev Jupyter. That's the name of the project. And the reason why I am also doing a naming convention like this for you guys to see is just we are not taking any shortcut when you are learning. You are learning everything from setting up everything from a security standpoint and also properly naming your resources, because this is also very important at work. You're not just going to be able to just name it anything you want. There are good reasons why you want to name a resource. For example, we can be using the same VPC for like 4 different applications. So when we look in the VPC, we can say, okay, this security group belongs to this application. This security group belongs to the application. So that's why I'm including the application name in the security group, right? So here we'll call it Dev Jupyter ALB SG. So let's copy that name. And we will use the same name for the description. Then make sure you select your VPC and we're also going to select the inbound route to add our route. Remember, the application load balancer is going to allow traffic on port 80 and port 443. So here we are going to look for HTTP. Port 80 traffic is on HTTP. You can see as soon as I select HTTP, it says 80, right? Then that traffic is going to come from the internet. Remember, the application load balancer is allowing traffic from the internet. So give me a second. So here we are going to select here, and you can select 0.0.0 here, or under this source custom, just select anywhere on IPv4. Then we are going to add another rule for 443. So select here and select, look for HTTPS, which is 443. And the same thing you say anywhere on IPv4. So it means that anywhere from the internet, we will allow that traffic. The outbound rule is going to be the same. And we are just going to click create security group. So this is what the rule looks like. You have two rules, HTTP and HTTPS, anywhere on IPv4. So the last security group we will create is the one for the web servers, right? So we are going to click security groups here to come back, then click create security group, and we'll call it dev in Jupyter. I think it's called web SG. Let me just yeah, right. So I'm going to copy the name and paste it here. And make sure you select your VPC. Then add inbound rule. Remember, the web server is going to allow us to log in from SSH, which is on port 22, but it is only going to allow SSH if it is coming from. So here, select in here. Then in here, I want you to scroll down and you will see it is only going to allow SSH if it is coming from that Jupyter SSH security group. So this is how you use security group to limit traffic within your resources in your VPC. Yes, the first time you look at it is complicated. I mean, you might be, but just think about it. Everything I said, look at the reference architecture, look at the flow, it will make sense. But the first time, don't freak out. It definitely makes sense after a while, right? If it is complicated now, then you want to do the same thing, right? So we're going to add another rule. Remember, this is going to be HTTP on port 80, right? The same thing. Remember when I was explaining it, I said that when you request the information, it will come to the load balancer. And the load balancer is the one that will send the request to the EC2, right? So what the security group we are creating now is saying that the EC2 will allow the load balancer to access it. So that's why here we are saying HTTP on port 80. Then we are going to now click in there and go down. And this time you want to select the ALB SG. Then we need to create one more for the HTTPS. And the same thing, we'll select in here, scroll down to the security group. And here we need to select ALB. And that's all the rules we need. And we'll just scroll down. The outbound rule is the same and click create security group. Okay. We are done creating the security group for this project. So I'm going to go back to security group here. Then I'm going to filter by my VPC. And these are the security groups I have. Does anyone have any question before we move on?
Yes, I have a little confusion there. So we are going to SSH into our EC2, right? We have two other servers, the database and the web application, right?
We don't have a database.
Oh no, okay, okay, we have the web application. We don't have a database, yeah. So just like we SSH into the EC2, we also SSH also into the web application. Is that the same thing? That like you want to update packages, or you want to download softwares on that. So you can only, are you going to use the same route since you open port 22? Is it going to go, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Since we have two different servers now, are we going to use the same port 22 to access both of them?
Yes. Which server are you talking about? You're talking about this one and
this one? Yeah, this other one. Yeah,
yeah, they are good. They're going to be the same thing. So the same way you SSH.
So where the public one is, and this other one
is the same way you SSH into that. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay.
Right. This is but we will get to this later on. But this is our auto-scaling group creating two servers. But yes, it's the same thing you use to SSH into them. It's the same thing.
Okay. So the SSH now, will it still go through the application load balancer, in order to get into our EC2 and our
no.
Okay.
The SSH is a different traffic itself.
Okay.
So only internet traffic is going through the load balancer.
Okay.
So only internet traffic is going through the load balancer. SSH is just you, the same way I'm just pointing it like this. Okay. You accessing it to thing. You can access it to do your administrative work on it. Yeah, David, go ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Quickly, the last inbound routes for HTTPS, where was the source coming from again?
The source is coming from the, let me show you.
Is it the same SSH, SG, or the ALB?
So you're talking about the ALB, right?
Yeah, the HTTPS. Okay.
So inbound rules, right?
HTTPS.
Oh, this is the ALB, no, the server. You're talking about the server, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the last rule we added after HTTP.
On which security group? The
web.
The web, yeah. So they are both coming from the ALB security group. Okay. So both the port 80 and port 443 are coming from the ALB security group, and the port 22 is coming from the SSH. Thank you. You're welcome. All right.
All right. Can I ask my question now?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. So I just want to ask, what exactly is the best practice? Because we've just configured our security groups now, which looks really tidy and neat. But I've seen where people have actually spin up their EC2s and then start configuring their security groups and attaching it to the EC2 servers. So in an ideal work scenarios, what's the best practice? Is it what we've done now, or is it better to spin up the EC2 first and attach the security groups?
What we've done now is the best practice because it allows you to just create all your security groups at once before you even start creating the resources. So as you create the resource, you can attach it, right? So, I mean, it's neat to do it this way. I'm not necessarily, but I would say do it this way. Because let's say you create an, how can I say, I'm trying to think of like a place where it can be complicated a little bit. So let's say you create your EC2, for example, right? Yeah. And you create the security group for the EC2, but you also want to SSH into that EC2, but you haven't yet created the Bastion host, right? But you need to limit that that route to the Bastion host security group. So you understand. So it's kind of like I think it's better to just think of, there's a reason why where security group also shows up in EC2, but it shows up in VPC. So I'll say when you are creating your VPC, just account for your security groups for the application and you'll be done.
Yeah, because I just discovered there's been a lot of back and forth, and sometimes you try to SSH and then the security group is missing or not responding, and they have to go back. And I think it's way tighter this way. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, because once you're creating everything on the fly like that, you could run into issues like that. There could be also issues you can run into where you have to create one resource before the other because there's dependencies on the security group. So I would say create your security groups first. It goes with your VPC creation. It's the last thing you do after you create your VPC. Create your security group and you'll be done with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So right now we've done the complicated part. So now we at the point where we can now start building stuff in our VPC to host our application. So this is the fun part, right? So next thing on our agenda is we've done the security group. Now we need to start building our application, right? So I've given you guys the application code, right? The next thing we are going to do is upload the application code. We'll create an S3 bucket and we will upload the application code in that S3 bucket, right? So then in your project asset that you downloaded, there's a Jupyter file there, right? It's a zip file. So we are going to, this is the application code. We will upload it into an S3 bucket in our account. So let's create an S3 bucket. In the search box here, I'm going to type S3 and select S3 here. So I'm still using Northern Virginia. So whatever region I started with is still on my region. So that's where I'm going to create my bucket. So make sure whatever region you are using, that's the same region you use. Then here, you are going to click create bucket, right? It is going to be general purpose. Then we'll give the bucket a name. I have a naming convention here that you can use. It is, where is it? So you can call it S3. No, you can call it dev, your name, your initials, app, web files, because obviously, you know, we have to have unique S3 bucket names. So just call it dev, and where I have AWS nodes, call it whatever you want to call it. Call it your name, whatever you want to call it, app, web files. So that's what I'm going to call it. So I'm just going to copy this and I'll use that as my bucket name. Right. So once you enter that as your bucket name, you don't need to change anything else on these settings for the bucket. We will leave all this as default. Scroll all the way down. The only thing you need to make sure is that you are in the right region you are building your application in. Scroll all the way down and click create bucket. Someone already created the bucket in my using my name. It's okay. So I'll just switch it. But the point that I had it there, the point of it is for you guys to think. So we can all have the same bucket. So let me just add an S there, and I'm going to do create. All right. So I've created the bucket, right? It is somewhere in here, or you can click view details here to go into the bucket. That'll be the easiest way if you have a bunch of buckets in your account. So the next thing I want you to do is once you create that bucket, I want you to take that web files, the zip code, the zip file that I gave you, the Jupyter one. So open the, can this thing get bigger? Let me see this. I guess it can get as big. This is as big as it can be. So once you open it, take the Jupyter zip file, click and hold it, and drag and drop it in your bucket. But remember, I am in the bucket first, right? So once I create the bucket, I went into that bucket, right? Then now I can, no, I'm opening the wrong thing. Now I can take this, drag and drop it here. Once you drag and drop it, then click upload and close. And now we've uploaded our web file into the S3 bucket. That's all we need to do.
Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
Please, where is the bucket? Did you put it in the chat or somewhere? The one we're dragging into this S3 bucket. I mean the folder.
Oh, the web files.
Yeah, the Jupyter, that's it.
Okay, so I remember this in my email. I gave you guys this file, access to this. Let me send it to you. So in your email, you should see it there. So yeah, let me
This
send this.
project access download. I don't know if that's the one.
So yeah, project assets, right? Download that one. So you
Okay.
want to click this to download it, all right? So once you download it, unzip it. So you can see here in my downloads, I have my zip one, then I unzipped it into this. Then in here, just go in there, you'll see that Jupyter there.
So I did, but then it's showing me like project access 1. Would that be it?
Project access 1. Project 1 access, then click on it again. Right. Do you see it?
I do. Yeah, I see the Jupyter. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Did someone say something? Okay, perfect. Yeah, someone took my bucket name. It's okay though. Okay, so once you upload it, and that's all we need to do. And we are done with this part. So the next thing we need to do is create an IAM role. The point of the IAM role is, and the IAM role is this thing you are seeing over here. The point of the IAM role is when we launch our EC2 instance, right? And we SSH into that EC2 instance, let's just say through the Bastion host, SSH into the EC2 instance to start installing our application. The EC2 instance will download the application code from the S3. To give this EC2 instance permission to be able to download the application code from the S3, we need an IAM role. So this IAM role will be attached to this EC2 instance, which will give the EC2 instance permission to download the file from S3. So that's the job of an IAM role that we're about to create, right? So let's go to the management console. And here we are going to type IAM. Select IAM here. And we are going to select roles and click create role. It is a service that we use that role. That is an EC2, right? And under use case, we're going to select this drop down and select EC2. Then scroll down, click next. This role, we are going to attach a policy to this role. This is how we give, this is where the permission is specified that, okay, this is what, whatever is using this role, this is what I want to allow it to do. So on the search, we'll type S3. So once you type S3, you should see Amazon S3 full access here. Click it and scroll down, click next. Give the role a name. You can use the same name I have here. Call it Dev Jupyter role. Dev Jupyter role S3 full access. And scroll down and click. And this is all you need to have. So you have your role name, right? Don't change anything here. You can see S3 full access and click create role. And that's all we need to do. So if you click view role, you can see the role here, dev Jupyter role. It has Amazon S3 full access, and that's all we need to do. For those that are watching on YouTube, please, if you guys can help me like or share on the live, even if you like it, that would be better. So I'm trying to reach as many people as I can reach. So if you guys can help me like it, that would be appreciated. Because well, never mind. That's one thing I always struggle with, is just like always, like, if you guys notice on any of my video, I never tell you guys to like or subscribe, but I always feel like if you guys find value in something, like, but helping me get it out to other people that may find value in it is appreciated. In S3, you can find a file or folder upload button. So I'm assuming you have a bunch of buckets in your S3. So in S3, all you need to do is, once you are in your S3 bucket, if you type the name of the bucket, it should come up. So let me show you. So I just take a detour back to S3. You see, I have a bunch of buckets here. If I want to find that bucket that I just created, I'll just type, I call it something web file. So if I type web files, you don't even have to type the name from the beginning. You can type a hint of what you think the name is, right? So you can see it is right here. That's the bucket. Okay. All right. So the next thing we are going to do is we are getting to the fun part now, server setup. So now we've set up our VPC security group, everything. So now we are going to set up our EC2 instance, right? Install our application on it, set up our EC2 instance, SSH into it. Then we are going to install our application on it. So here, I'm going to pretty much show you how to set up your EC2 instance, SSH into it, right? And install your application. So before we start, we're going to first create a key pair, right? And for this first part, we are going to launch our EC2 instance in a public subnet, and we will install our application there. But I'm only doing it this way to show you guys how to SSH into an EC2 instance in the public subnet. I want to first show you how to SSH into an EC2 instance in public subnet, then we'll do the one for the private subnet, right? I'm also showing you this way to show you, to explain, it's like a story, what not to do, right? So, and also to explain the script. So that's why we are doing it. So I just don't want to jump straight to the Bastion host and stuff like this. I want to show you the public subnet, then we'll now do the private subnet. All right. So let's start. The first thing we are going to do is create a key pair. So in the management console, let's come here. In the search box, type EC2 and select EC2 under services. Then here, scroll down here, click key pairs, create a key pair, and I called it dev key pair. So you can use the same name, dev key pair. The key type is going to be RSA, and make sure your private key format is PEM. We will all use PEM, whether you are using Windows or Mac. PEM. Then click create key pair. One thing I want to explain is when you create a key pair, 2 keys will be generated. You guys saw that when I created a key pair, something got downloaded to my computer, and you guys will notice that on your computer too. That's because when you create a key pair, 2 keys are generated, a public key and a private key. The key you are seeing in the AWS console here, That is your public key. This is the key you will add to your EC2 instance when you launch it. And the key that was downloaded to your computer, that is your private key, right? That is the key you will use to SSH into your EC2 instance. That is the key you want to keep private. You don't want to expose it to anyone. So now that you have created the key pair, I'm going to go to the downloads directory where my private key is on my computer, right? I want you guys to move your private key into the home directory on your computer. And the reason why you want to do this is because when we SSH into our EC2 instance, it's just for convenience. When we SSH into our EC2 instance, we will be, when we open a terminal, for example, right? If I open my terminal, and Windows, for those that are using Windows, will be using PowerShell, and those that are using Mac, you will use your Mac terminal. So when I open my Mac terminal, my PowerShell, and Mac is the same way. It always opens to your home directory. So this home directory is where we will be running our SSH command from, because I don't want you guys to have to CD or point to where your key pair is. It just makes this simple. It's not a necessity, but it is important, and it makes life easy. So I want you guys to move this key from your home directory, from your downloads directory into the home directories on your computer. So on a Windows computer, it's pretty simple. Here, I'm just going to right click on it and I'm going to cut, meaning that I'm deleting it from there. Make sure it's cut. Then you go to your C drive, right? Then you select users. Then here you should see what your name is for your computer. Mine is Azeez. I select it. Then in here, I already have one in here. So let me delete that. Let me delete this. So I'll do that again. Right. So in my downloads, right, my key pair is there. I'm going to cut. Then I'm going to go to C drive, users, Azeez, and I'll paste it in here. Right. That's all I want you guys to do. For those of you that are on Mac computer, and even if it's Windows, right? Another thing I did for you guys is if you guys go in your project asset, you can see this that says move SSH key, Mac terminal, move SSH key, move SSH key, Windows PowerShell. So these are commands you can run to move your key. So let me open the one for the Mac terminal, and I can log into my Mac. I also have my Mac here. I can share my screen real quick for anyone that's working on Mac computer to show you, right? So here, all you need to do is just open your terminal, run this command, right? Your key, when you download it, it should already be in your downloads. The only thing you want to make sure is that you use the same key name. So if you are using a different key pair name, make sure you change the name here, right? Other than that, it is going to work. So what I'm going to do now is, since the key is here on my computer, let me just quickly email it to myself. Then I will download it on my Mac, and I'll show you guys on Mac how to run it. So key. Is anyone using Mac here? If you guys are using Mac, can you type yes so I can know? Or if you need help, let me know. So yeah, I'm just going to download users. So I'm just emailing the key to myself. Okay, then I'm going to I think I also want to copy that command. I'm just emailing it to myself. So, all right, let me jump on my Mac here. Okay. Are you guys, which screen are you guys seeing? Are you guys seeing my Mac? Is that my Mac computer you guys are seeing that I'm sharing? Or are you guys still seeing my Windows? Maybe I have to stop sharing here. Okay, allow. Okay. All right. On my Mac computer, I'm going to share my screen here. All right. So for those of you that are using the Mac, your Mac, so I'm going to first download the key. All right. So assuming you created the key, right? You created the key in your Mac computer, on your Mac computer now, the key will be in your downloads, right? Which is the key you are seeing here. And you can see the key is in my downloads directory. So this is where you should be. Then to move the key, you want to move the key into your home directory. This is your home directory on your Mac computer. If you don't see this home directory here, right, with the one that has the house, how you will find it is first select your finder, right? This is the finder. You can see here. This thing it's the finder, right? You can see here finder. Then you first click the finder here. Then you click finder up here and you click settings. Then it will bring up this. Just make sure you check that home and that will bring the home here. So you can see it here. So normally I always want to click and drag, but I'm always struggling with it because sometimes the click and drag don't work. So if the click and drag is not working for you, all you have to do is run these commands and it will move it for you. So let me show you. I'm going to go ahead. Is someone
Can
saying
you do
something?
that? Yes, can you do that again? How do you get to the settings? I don't see that on my Mac. Please.
So in your finder,
Finder,
right? Right.
yes.
Make sure your finder is selected so you can see finder up here. Right. You see finder up here?
Yes.
So once you see that, click the finder up here and click settings.
Oh, I don't have that on. Okay, yeah, I see it.
Right. And you should see the house. Just check the house one. So now I'm going to open the terminal. Let me get out of my email. So I'm going to open the terminal, right? The terminal is here. So to open the terminal, just press Control, Command, Spacebar on your Mac, and you can type terminal. You should see terminal here. Click it and press Return. So that should open the terminal for you. And I'm going to press Command plus just to zoom in so you guys can see. So next, open this Move SSH key. Move SSH key Mac terminal. So all you need to do is run this thing. Before you run it, make sure the only thing is your key pair should be in the downloads because when you download it, it automatically goes into your downloads, right? Then also Then also you need to make sure that you use the same name. If the name is different, make sure you change the name. Everywhere where you see devkeeper.pem on this file, change it to whatever your key name is. So once you've done that, I'm just going to run this first command. So this is going to move the key from my downloads into my home directory. So here, I'm going to paste that command here and press enter. So when you run it, you don't get any output. That means that the key successfully moved, right? So the next thing we are going to do is, if you go in the Finder, and you can see in my downloads, the key is no longer there. But then if I click the home, the key is there, right? Then the next thing is you need to run chmod 600. You only need to do this on a Mac computer to set the permission on the key. This is very important, or else you're not going to be able to SSH into your EC2 instance. So here, I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Paste it and press enter. Okay, that ran successfully. If you don't get any output, it means it ran successfully. So next, you can verify. I already visually verified, but if you want to verify the keys in your home directory, run this. I already visually did, but I'll run this and paste it there. Press enter. And when you get this output, it means the key is in your home directory. That's all you need to do for Mac people, and you are done. All right. Does anyone else have any question? Okay, cool. I'll share back over here. All right. So we've created our key pair. Now let's launch our EC2 instance and install our website on it, right? So here we are going to go to EC2. We're already in EC2, so we're up here, come to the instances, then select launch instance, and we'll give it a name. We can use the same name I have here. You can call it dev Jupyter web. So web for web server. So copy that name, paste it here. Then for the application and OS, it is going to be Amazon Linux. It is going to be Amazon Linux 2023. Scroll down. For the instance type, select T2 Micro. T2 Micro. Then for the key pair, select this drop down and select your dev key pair. Under network settings, click edit. Select this drop down and select your dev VPC. Remember I said to explain certain things to you guys, and I'm trying to walk you guys through some stuff. First, we are going to launch it in the public subnet, but that's not the final state of our application. But I just want to show you this just to show you how to run how to install our application, and also how to SSH into an EC2 instance in the public subnet. So for the subnet, we are going to create it in the dev public AZ1. Dev public AZ1 or dev public AZ2, just in your public subnet. For security groups, we will select existing security group. Because we didn't create a specific security group for this, we didn't create a specific security group for this. So the security group we can use here is we can use our SSH security group that will allow us to SSH into it. Then we can also use our ALB security group. That one has access to the internet, so that would allow us to be able to see our application once we install it on the EC2 instance. So those are the two security groups you should have, your SSH and your ALB. Then scroll down here. Under advanced details, you want to select instance profile and select the IAM role you created. We call it dev Jupyter role S3 full access. So that's all you need, right? You need to add your IAM role, select your key pair, add the dev Jupyter SSH and the ALB security group, and make sure you put it in a public subnet too. Then here, click launch instance. Everything from here we should be done pretty soon. So everything else should be straightforward from here. So we've launched the EC2 instance. We are going to SSH into it. So select the ID of the EC2 instance to bring you here. Or just a second, guys. Or I don't even like selecting this. You can just click instances here and it will bring you to your EC2 instance. And we'll wait for that EC2 instance state to be running. You can see the EC2 instance is running now. Then once your EC2 instance is running, the next thing we are going to do is SSH into this EC2 instance. Just a second. The advanced details, sorry. So when you launch your EC2 instance, right, you've entered all this information, right? Advanced details, all you need to do here is under IAM instance profile, select this and select Jupyter role S3 full access. That's all you need to do there. Did you get it? Okay, cool. I'm happy about that. Perfect. So once you add that role, then you can launch your EC2 instance. Okay. Now, under instances, right? Our instance is running. The next thing we are going to do is SSH into it. But before we SSH into it, I also want you to before we SSH into it, I also want you to, there's something I want to explain, right? So in our project asset, right, there is our deployment script. I want you guys to open it. I'm going to here open it. You can open it as a text file, but you can open it as text file, or if you have Visual Studio Code, open it. So if you click it, you should just open it, right? So here I've I've listed pretty much, let me zoom in here so you guys can see. So here I'm showing you guys the comments. This stuff you see here with the hashtag before it, that is the comment telling you what the command is doing. This is actually the command, right? These are the commands. So one question everyone always asks is like, how do I know the command, right? So the question everyone always have is, how do I know the commands? The commands, you can easily find the commands on using ChatGPT, Google, Linux community. The commands is not something you have to memorize, honestly. Even me, I don't memorize the command. So a lot of the commands, if I need to do something, I look it up. But what you need to know is what you are trying to do. If you know what you are trying to do, then getting the command is very easy. Then from getting the command is how you build your script, right? So let's look at it. I gave you a web file. You created an S3 bucket and you uploaded that web file into the S3 bucket, right? we've launched an EC2 instance. So what we are going to do when we SSH into the EC2 instances. So let's explain this thing. So there is infrastructure, which is the VPC security group, EC2, everything we've set up. So once you've set up your EC2, remember this EC2 we just launched? This is a plain EC2. AWS does not know what application you are trying to host on the EC2. So AWS just gives you a plain EC2, a plain server. Now you will log into it and install anything you want. Just like you went to the store, you bought your laptop. I went to the store and bought my laptop, right? Microsoft don't know what type of software you are trying to run on your laptop. So they give you all the basic one for your laptop to function. So if you need Adobe, you have to install Adobe on your laptop. And if I need Microsoft Word, I have to install Microsoft Word on my laptop. It is the same way. AWS gives us the EC2 without knowing what application we are trying to host on it. So that is why we have to SSH into the EC2 and now install the application on it, right? And the other question you may be having is like, how do I know what to run, what commands to run for any application I'm trying to install? Every application has a general knowledge of things you need to install. Here we are installing an HTML website. So the general knowledge is what you will see in this script. The general knowledge is what you will see in this script. But let's say you are installing any type of application. The documentation for that application will tell you what command you need to run. So for example, if I'm just digressing here, install Jenkins on EC2. So let's say you're trying to install Jenkins on EC2, right? You can see, you come look for it. This is the Jenkins documentation. Jenkins on AWS, you can see in their documentation, prerequisite, create a key pair, create security group, things we've been doing. Launch an EC2 instance, install and configure Jenkins, right? So here, they are telling you how to configure it. You can see here, they are giving you the exact commands you need to run. So you can see here, downloading and installing Jenkins. Log into your EC2, run this command, run that command, run that command, run that command, right? So what am I trying to say? I'm saying all that to say, you don't have to memorize. You don't have to worry about the script for now. The script will come based on what you are trying to do. Anything you are trying to do is going to dictate the type of script you will be writing, right? So it's not something you need to memorize. You just need to understand that. You just need to understand what you are trying to do, which is what we are doing here. So we have a application code in S3 that we want to download into our EC2 instance. So you can see that brings us here. Here, I add this export here. And what this export will do is when we run it, it will allow you here we will update this with the URI of our S3 bucket. So what that allows us to do is that it allows us to save it in the memory of our EC2 instance. So when we finally run the command here, we don't have to put it here. I did it this way because sometimes when people are copy pasting stuff, they always make mistake and delete something here. Like there's a period here, if you delete it, your command will not work properly. So that's why I add it here. So the first thing I want us to do is go to the management console, then go to S3, right? Select your S3 bucket. Select your S3 bucket, then look for that S3 bucket you created. Let me just look for it here. Web files. So I think it's this one, right? Select that bucket, right? Once you select the bucket, you will see that Jupyter.zip, select it. And here, you will see the URI. It says S3 URI. Click this box to copy it. And here, I want you to paste it here. So between those quotes, that's where you want to paste it. So it should look like this. Then once you do that, save it. So this just means that when we want to download our Jupyter file from our S3 bucket. So now look at what's going on. Remember I said your script comes from what you are trying to do, right? So we have an EC2 instance. Once we SSH into the EC2 instance, we want to first update the EC2 instance. This is a general standard knowledge. Every time you create a server, you want to update, always update all the packages on the EC2 instance. So the command, the Linux command to update an EC2 instance is sudo yum update. So here, I don't want you to, everyone knows, people that does server administration a lot knows sudo yum update. But what I'm telling you is I don't want you to memorize sudo yum update unless you do it so much you just know it. What I want you to memorize is what you are trying to do. And what you are trying to do is you are trying to update the packages on your EC2 instance. So if I just take this what I'm trying to do, and I go to Google and I say Linux command to, and paste it here, update the packages on an EC2 instance, press enter, right? You can see sudo yum update. And if you are using, there's like different type of Linux, right? For Amazon Linux 2023, it is also telling you that you can use this too. So this is how you are resourceful as a cloud engineer. You are not really memorizing stuff. There will be some commands you will run a lot that you will know, but really don't memorize it. What I want you to understand is what you are trying to do. If you know what you are trying to do, you will know how to find that command, right? Look at this too. If I say Linux command to install a server, you can see sudo yum install httpd, and look at our command sudo yum install httpd, right? So that's one thing I want you to understand about this script. So, and just to explain the script, so we would SSH into our EC2 instance, we will update our server, we will install httpd, which is Apache server. In order for you to host an HTML website, you have to install an Apache server on your EC2 instance. Just like I was showing you the Jenkins documentation, this is just a general knowledge for hosting an HTML website on a server. You need this. Then once you install Apache, it is going to create an HTML folder. When we say directory, it's just a folder on your computer. Not on your computer, but on the EC2. So it is going to create this folder on the EC2. So here we are going to change into that folder, go into that folder. This just will clean up anything that may be in that folder, and we will now download our application code from S3 into that folder, into that HTML folder, because in order for you to see your HTML website, right? In order for you to see your HTML website, you need to be in the HTML directory and upload all your application code in the HTML directory. This is a knowledge for installing an application. But I'm saying there's so many different applications you can install, and they all have different processes. So you don't have to worry about knowing exactly. I know this processes because I've done it for so long. And also if you go and search how to host install an HTML application on an EC2, Google will also give you, or ChatGPT or Claude will also give you the steps, right? This is documentation referencing. So for this part, you are allowed to use documentation. This is not something you should feel like you need to memorize. So once we download the application code, we are going to unzip it. Then we will move all the application code into the unzip version into the HTML directory, delete it, and start our server. This is pretty much what the script is doing. Does anyone have any question before we start? Right. So, but make sure you copy your URI and update it here. So next, let's SSH into our EC2 instance. So on your Windows, you are going to open PowerShell. So here, if you type PowerShell, that's how I open that. And on Mac, you are going to open your Mac terminal, the same thing I just showed you that we opened, right? So to SSH into our EC2 instance, the command is going to be, and I already even gave you guys the command here, right? Let's open it so you guys can see. SSH command Windows, right? The command is going to be SSH-I, then the path to your key pair, then EC2-user at the public IP address of your EC2 instance. So let's run that command. It is going to be SSH -I, then the key pair, the path to our key pair. Remember, we moved our key pair into this home directory. That's why I have you move your key pair here. So I don't really have to specify the path to it. If I just type dev, the name of my key pair, and press tab, it would find it for me. So this is one of the, it just makes it easy when you are connecting to your EC2 instance that your key pair is in the same direction. That's what I do. But let's say now you still left your key in the downloads, you would have to specify the full path to the downloads directory. So I'm assuming everyone's key pair is in their home directory. So we're going to run SSH-I, the key pair name. So how I got this is if you type D or dev, part of the key name, and you press the tab key, it is going to find it for you, whether you are running it on Windows or Mac. Then, and for those on Mac, you can give me a second, I'll do the same thing on Mac. Then once you put your key pair name, then it's going to be SSH-I. Then the next is going to be EC2 user at, then we're going to go to the management console. And we're going to go to EC2 here. Select your running instance, select your web, copy this, and we are going to go back to the terminal and paste it here. So remember, all I did is I copied the public IPv4 address. So remember when we enable auto assign IP on the EC2, this is what it's doing. It gave it this public IPv4 address, which we can use to SSH into it. And this is what your command should look like. So once you type this, you press enter. The first time you try to log in, it is going to ask you to do this. You just type yes and press enter. And there you are in the EC2 instance. You have logged into the EC2 instance once you see this. For those using Mac, do you guys get it, or do you want me to show you how to SSH? But it's the same process. So assuming your key is in the home directory, right? You just run this command. It's the same SSH-I, type dev, the part of the name of your key pair, then press the tab key. It will find it in the same directory, then it is EC2-user at the public IP address. Someone have a question?
Do we have to remember the SSH-I
Yes.
command?
No, you don't have to, but you will do it so much that you'll remember.
Okay.
Yeah, because you SSH so much into your EC2 instance that you will remember. So yeah, and it's not too much to it. SSH-I, your key pair name, and EC2 at -user at your public IP. For those on Mac, are you guys good? Before I move on.
I'm fine. I'm a Mac user.
I'm just running mine now, just to. I'm getting a permission denied right now.
Make sure you type in your command correctly. So it should be EC2-user at SSH-I.
Also, make sure you set your permissions on your key pair.
Yeah. But if it's getting
Yeah,
permission deny is check your command. Your command is probably wrong.
yeah, I think it's the permission on the key pair.
Okay, so did you run the chmod 600 on it?
I'm trying that now.
Okay, so how is it going?
Just give me just a quick sec.
While he's running that, I just do want to say to you, thank you again for offering this class. I watch a lot of videos and tutorials in other areas, and I have learned the most in here today just by you running this live like this. So hats off to you, man. Appreciate it again.
Oh, thank you, Chad. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. So you guys feedback. So if you guys find value in it, it does help me, motivate me to continue. So thank you. I
Yeah, most
appreciate it.
definitely. Like I said, I've learned more than this one day, just a few hours versus watching videos for like 2 weeks. So
Yeah.
looking forward to the journey.
Yeah, thank you. It's good. It's gonna be, it gets better moving forward. And next week we don't have to build our VPC. So we will just, since we already have our VPC, we'll just go straight into our application, our dynamic application, which would go much faster. You know, we don't have to build any VPC moving forward because the VPC part and explaining it just takes time.
Please,
So,
hello.
yes.
Should we leave all the resources running till next week?
No, we'll delete the resource. At the end, we'll clean up.
All right, good.
We'll clean up. Yeah. Lai, how are you doing?
I'm good. It was a permission, so I missed that. Was there a child command, or was it? It was a permission issue. So the CHM mod, I missed that.
Okay, cool. I'm
Yeah,
glad it's
yeah.
working.
Yeah.
All right.
Actually, I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
So, do we really need to understand about this command that we are giving to the key pair? It's chmod 600. Why we are giving this digit 600, and what does that actually means? The chmod.
Oh, okay. So on Mac, let me show you. Let me just X plain ch mode Linux command chmod, no chmod 600. So so this is how you decode it, and there's like a file I can find for you guys, right? So when you run a chmod on the key pair, right? The decoding of it means that it means read, write, execute, right? So read is R, that is 4, write is 2, and execute is 1. So here it is pretty much saying that so when you do chmod 600, you are pretty much specifying that the 6 means that the owner has read plus write access to write permission to the key. So it's just like when you create the file, the permission of it is widely open, right? So you need to tailor it into like a specific permission that allows you to be able to SSH into it. So that's just what the chmod 600 is doing. I know I can probably explain in a better way, but you only have to do this for Mac computer and if you are using Linux, right? Because the permission will be wide open when you create the file. So you have to run that chmod 600 to change the read-write permission. So if you want to see the read-write permission on your key, right? So if you guys run this command, I don't know if it will work on Mac I don't know if it will work on PowerShell, but let me try it. So type ls -l. No, ls -la. Try down. There you go. So you can see the different files you have in that directory. These are like the read, write, read, write, read, write, read, read, right? So on the key pair, it just needs to be like this. So where's my, oh no, I'm on the EC2 instance, never mind. So I'm in the wrong, let me open another terminal to show you. So I'm in my home directory where my key pair is. So if I ls-la, oh, I can run it on PowerShell. But if you run it on Mac, you will see it. It would give you this. This is just the permission your key. So go ahead. It just needs this just the permission your key needs to have. That's the simplest way I can explain it. But I can find the documentation that explains the decoding of it. But it's the decoding of it is what it is saying here on Google. But for Mac users to SSH, anytime you create a new key pair, you have to run that chmod. But you only have to do it that one time. If you create a new key pair, then you have to run it again. But since you've already run it this time, you don't have to run it again. It's only just that one time.
I got your point. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
No problem. Yeah, sorry I couldn't explain much better than that.
No, I think I need to actually revise my Linux fundamentals because you have already mentioned that.
Yeah. So
fundamental-
so this will be part of the things you add to your node of areas. Okay, I need to visit this area to understand. Because there will be things you will be picking up from this project that you will need to do further research on to elaborate on it. Because I don't know it all and I can't explain all in one session. So
I got your point. Yeah.
yeah,
Thank you so much.
no problem. All right. Why am I getting this? I don't know why I keep getting this this thing pop up. I was like, it's on. Never mind. All right. So we have, does someone else have any questions? Someone was saying something before.
Okay. Hi,
No, I think
Aziz.
Yes, go
Okay.
ahead.
Just to if I can, just to throw small light on the CH mode.
Sure, go ahead.
System. So as you see, with the Linux fundamental, the first row that has the RW, that is the owner, and the second row is the group, and the third row is the users. So when you do a CH mode 600, the 6 means the owner has permission for read and write, but the group and the others, they are both 00, means they don't have any permission. That is all that it means. So the CH mode means like you're changing ownership or of it. So as the owner can execute and read and write. But if you log in like you are a user or you are some other group, you cannot even do that execution. So it's just the owner. And when you check, you see that you are the owner. So, okay, you can see there is root, then user.
Mhm.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that is all that is.
this is in the EC2. This is not.
Yes.
keep it. Yeah, but
Yeah.
yeah, thank you.
So
Yeah,
basically,
so basically, what was that, Captain?
yes, Aziz.
Oh, okay. So what Captain said is pretty much correct. But for me, I've also always realized when I'm using Mac, I created a key pair. I need to run my chmod um to set the permission. Is a general knowledge when you are running SSH on Mac, right? So that's that part. So now we've covered how to SSH into an EC2 instance in a public subnet for both Mac users and Windows users. Now we need to run our command on the EC2 instance. So I'm just going to dock this like this. And my command left and right, so you guys can see it better. Right. So first I'm going to clear my screen over here. And next I'm going to first, you guys can ignore this for now. We will cover this when it's time. So first I'm going to run this command to export my S3 URI. Or before I even do that, you can run sudo su. This is changing to root user. So you can see here, we went from EC2 user to root user. And this is just giving you administrative privileges. So when you start running command, you don't get any error. Then once you do that, we can now paste this command here and run it, right? You shouldn't get any output. So that means everything ran successfully, right? The next command we are going to run is to update our EC2 instance. So we'll copy this command, paste it here, press enter. And that is going to update the EC2 instance. Let's give it a moment. So when you run it and you get nothing to do, it means there is no packages to update. All the packages are up to date. That is good. Then the next thing we are going to do is install Apache server. You know why? Because since we are hosting an HTML website, we need either an Apache server or an Nginx server to host it. So we are using Apache. That's why we are running this. So here, this. And remember I said, you don't have to know for any type of what script you write is going to be based on what script you write is going to be based on what application you are trying to deploy. And the application you are trying to deploy will have a documentation that tells you, explain the process and the commands to run to install it. Every application. That's the good thing about cloud. There's always good documentation for anything you are trying to do. So I've installed Apache. So I'm going to clear my screen. Daniel, go ahead.
Yes, Azeez, thank you. I know that there's a part of EC2 where when you're creating the instance, you can also add the commands, right? So that it comes prepared with all these commands already. Is there a reason why you didn't do it that way?
Yes.
I'm just curious. Maybe you're trying to teach us only like there's a particular reason. Just
yes,
so
I'm teaching you guys because what I'm trying to do is show you guys everything step by step, like why we are doing something, right? So if I we will get to the script part, but we will get to this, we'll get to the script part, but now you just need to understand what you are doing.
Okay, so for understanding, that's the only reason, right? That's it.
Yeah, it's just for the understanding process.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Because when we do our application load balancer, because we'll still delete this EC2 instance, right? Then we still have to do the auto-scaling group. We will use the script when we get to that part. Right? But for now, it's just for learning purpose. You guys need to understand the basics of it, right?
Okay.
So here, we've installed Apache, right? Now, anytime you install Apache, right, it will create an HTML directory for you. And one thing I want you guys to understand about Linux is when you see a slash here, like kind of like a word / a word. This just means that there is a folder called var, and there's in that var folder there is a folder called www, and in that www folder there's a folder called HTML. So if I paste this whole thing here, it will take me to the HTML directory, or if I want to show you, I can type cd /var, right? I press enter, right? You can see I am in the var folder. Then in that var folder, if you type ls, you can see this ls shows you all the folders that are in that folder. So you can see there's a www folder here. Then if you type cd, you can go. So all I'm trying to explain is when you see something like this, where we are saying cd and you see var, that just means there's a folder in a folder in a folder, right? So I'm just going to run this to go to the HTML. Can still paste it here, press enter. Now I am in the HTML. You can tell I'm in the HTML because it says HTML here. And if you also type pwd, that also tells you where you are, right? These are Linux commands. You will know it over time, and you don't have to memorize it. The main thing about Linux is what are you trying to do? If you know what you are trying to do, you'll find the command. So now we'll run this next command to delete anything that is in this folder. There's nothing in there, but we'll just still run this to delete it, right? Then once we've done that, we'll now run this command to copy our file from S3 into the HTML directory on this EC2. So to run this, you can see it has downloaded the file from S3 into the HTML directory. If I type ls and press enter, you'll see the zip file is here. That's the reason why we are doing it this way, because I want to show you so you understand what you are doing, right? So we download, anytime you run a command, we run a command to download a file, you need to ls so you can see that the file is there. Don't just go and run the next command. Verify what you are doing, right? So now that we've downloaded the zip file, we want to unzip it, right? So we'll run this command to unzip it, press enter. We just unzipped it. I'm going to clear my screen. Now I just unzip the file. I'm going to type ls to see what I just did. You can see I have the zip version and the unzip version, right? Then this next command is going to copy because all the application code is still in this unzip, but this is not going to make our website work. We need to copy all the application code out of this unzip into the HTML directory. So that's why we are running this command. This command copies all the code out of the Jupyter folder, right, into the current directory we are in. This means the current directory, this period here. So make sure you copy everything and paste it here, then press enter. So now if you type ls again, you can see now we have all the application code, the asset, index.html, and the style CSS in this HTML directory. That's what we want. So the next command is just for cleanup. We downloaded this and we unzip it. We really don't need it there. So we just want to do some cleanup. So we can run this command to clean up. Now, if I type ls, you can see this is all we have here. Then the next thing we are going to do is enable. This just means that this first command means that anytime you stop and start your EC2 instance, the Apache service will automatically be enabled and it will restart, right? So that's what this means. So you run this first, press enter. Then we'll now run this next command to start the service itself. So run this, press enter, and we are done installing our application, right? So now if we go back to the management console, let me just close some of this. You go to your EC2, copy the public IPv4 address, right? Copy the public IPv4 address. Then now let's this Zoom thing is always in the way. Let me just move it here. Now open a new tab, paste it here. Press enter. And there you go. We have our website. All right. So the thing about what we just did is I did this process to show you how to manually install the application step by step, right? Running the commands. That's one of the reasons why I showed you this way. I showed you how to SSH into an EC2 instance in a public subnet. That's one of the reasons why I did it this way. But from our reference architecture standpoint and a production server, this is a no-no. You don't ever want your server in a public subnet. So this is just to show you the SSH part and running the command part manually, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to delete our EC2 instance. Now we will launch the proper instance in our private subnet. Then we will figure out what we need to do after that. Then let me just tell you, we will now create an application load balancer to be able to access it. So that's what we're going to do next. So we are going to clear our screen here, and let me go to EC2, terminate this EC2 instance. So select it and select terminate instance. Then just click terminate instance. Right? That instance is being terminated. Then we are going to launch another EC2 instance. So click launch instance. Give it a name. We can call it the same name is dev Jupyter Web. So and you can see here on my website, if I right click here and refresh, it's no longer working. So now we're going to give it a name, call it dev Jupyter Web. The image is going to be Amazon Linux 2023. Description is the same. Instance type T2 micro, right? Key pair, we're going to select our key pair. And network settings, we are going to select edit, select our dev VPC. Then we are going to put this in any of our private app subnet. So you can select private app subnet private app AZ1, private app AZ2. I'll select private app AZ1. Then for the firewall, we are going to select existing security group, right? Then select this drop down and select your Dev Jupyter Web Security Group. That's the one you want, the only one, Dev Jupyter Web SG, right? Then scroll down. Under advanced details here, we are going to add our IAM role. So this EC2 will have access to download the file from S3, right? Then scroll down here. Because this EC2 instance is in the private subnet, I already showed you guys how to manually run your command to install your application. So we don't need to do that again. So this time we can use the same commands we ran previously because we ran, and this is another thing I always tell you guys, right? I want to tell you guys, for those of you that, if you're following me for the first time, when you are installing an application, you need to do it manually like this the first time. So that way you can verify that your command is working. Because let's say that for the first time, I went and put this command as a script on my EC2 instance. And let's say there's a typo in it. Then you try to go access your site, your site is not working. You don't know where it went wrong, right? The point of running it manually, I don't care any type of application you are doing, run all your commands, do the installation manually first. That allows you to verify that all your commands are working. Now that I've verified that all my commands are working, right? Now I can now use all these commands as a script. So to use it as a script, all you have to do is add this. This is called shebang, bin bash. So it's this hashtag !bin bash. You just need to add it at the top. So what this does is it tells the EC2, so here on that, let's just say on that advanced, let's scroll down here to user data, right? So in your script, add this shebang, then copy everything, and paste it here. And make sure you paste it properly and don't accidentally change anything. So this shebang that we add here is just telling the EC2 terminal or whatever to the interpreter to use the bin bash interpreter to run these commands. That's what it is doing. So basically, anytime you're trying to run a script on your EC2, just make sure it has that shebang in the beginning, right? So this is all we need to do. Then we'll click launch instance. Remember, make sure you've add your IAM role up here under instance profile and add your script, then click launch instance. So now we have launched the EC2 instance. We already covered this. So we are here now. We have launched this EC2 instance in the private subnet, right? But we don't have direct access to it. You are here. You can't just SSH into this EC2 instance the way you did for the one in the public subnet. So in order to SSH into this EC2 instance, and the only reason we need to SSH into it is because I'm trying to, one, teach you how to SSH into an EC2 instance in the private subnet. And two, we need to verify that our script ran successfully. I mean, we'll be able to verify if we try to access our site, but since we are learning how to SSH into an EC2 instance in a private subnet, I figure I use that opportunity to verify that the files are there, right? So that will help us understand that our script executed successfully. So you can't SSH into this directly. So that's why you need a Bastion host. The Bastion host is what will allow you to SSH into it. So how it would work is you create your Bastion host, you SSH into the Bastion host, and from the Bastion host, you SSH into your EC2. All right, so let's do that. Okay, so here we are going to come back to our management console. We've already launched the EC2 instance. Now let's launch our Bastion host. So we're going to click launch. Bastion host is just another EC2 instance. So here we are going to call it dev, what's the name? Dev Bastion host. And it is going to be Amazon Linux 2023, instance type T2 micro, key pair. We're going to select this drop down, dev key pair, right? Under network settings, we select this drop down and we'll select our dev VPC. Remember, your Bastion host has to be in a public subnet. So here we can select public, dev public EZ1, dev public EZ2. Anyone is fine. I'll select EZ1. Security group, we're going to select an existing security group. And we would select the SSH security group. That's the only one you need. And that's all you need to select, nothing else. Then click launch instance. So now we've launched 2 instances here. I'm going to, the other one hasn't launched, it's still probably pending. That's why. So if I remove this, you'll see it's still pending. I'll give it a second to launch. We just want the status to change to running, then we can proceed. Okay, status is changed to running. So if you filter here, we have 2 EC2 instances, our Bastion host and our web server, right? This brings us to the next part, right? In your project asset, I also include SSH command Windows PowerShell and Mac terminal. Let me cover the Windows PowerShell first, right? So here I'm going to open this command. Open with Visual Studio Code. So we already did this part, right? So to SSH into an EC2 instance in a private subnet on Windows, the best thing to use is PowerShell, right? So before you use PowerShell, first you have to make sure that SSH agent is enabled on your PowerShell. So let's do that. What I want you to do is open PowerShell as administrator. So when you type PowerShell here in your search thing, right click on it once you see the app and click run as administrator. Then click yes. So we are running PowerShell as an administrator. So the very first command, let me just, the very first command we are going to run is this command on line 10. So that is going to check whether SSH agent is running on your computer. So, because SSH agent needs to be running. So we'll copy it and paste it here and press enter. Right, if you get running SSH agent, it means SSH agent is running. There's nothing else you need to do. But if SSH agent is not running on your computer, you are going to paste this one. You are going to paste this command first on line 13. Paste it here, run it. Then you can run this too, right? To start it. And that's all you need to do. So if I run this again, SSH agent running. So you guys on Windows computer, make sure you do that. And this, I've got it from ChatGPT.
I'm getting an error message when I run mine started.
Your start SSH agent.
Mm-hmm.
Did you run this one first?
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah. So I got this from ChatGPT. This is just one-time thing you have to do, because on Mac computer, SSH agent is automatically enabled there. So you don't need to, but I'll show you guys how to verify. But on Mac is automatic enabled, but on some Windows, you might have to enable it yourself. So that's why we are doing this. So this is the only time you have to do it. Once you enable it now, that's it, you're done. And we can move on to the next thing. So for those on Mac, let me show you guys. So let me share my screen here on Mac. All right. Here, we'll close this terminal. I don't think I have that file. Let me. Like I said, for Mac, you don't really have to, but we'll just check just to make sure. But every Mac is the same. It should already be enabled on your Mac. Nothing much you have to do, but we'll just check just to check. Let me just email the command to myself, then we'll proceed. Paste. Yeah. All right. Inbox, download. Just going to open it here. SSH command. right? I'm going to open my terminal. Let me increase the font. So here, for your Mac, all you need to do is run this. The echo SSH auth, paste it here, press enter, right? If you get this output, it means SSH agent is running. If you don't get it, then you can run this command to enable it. So, but Mac, you should be good. So now that we've verified that, everyone good to go? Let me stop sharing here. I'm like working on my Windows. All right. So on your Windows, once you've enabled that SSH agent, you can close as an administrator. You don't need to run as an administrator anymore. Then you're just going to open regular PowerShell, right? So I'm going to dock this here so you can see my command, right? So to SSH into an EC2 instance in a private subnet, right? First, you have to add your key. You have to add your key file to the SSH agent, right? The command to add your key file to the SSH agent is this one. So it is SSH-add, then SSH-add, then the path to your key. Remember, the key is in the same directory. So all I just need to do is type dev, and it will give me the key right there, right? So I just type dev, press the tab key, I get the key. Then I press enter. Then once I add the key, right? Once I add the key, you can see here it says identity added. Once I add the key, the next thing we can now do is SSH. The next thing we can do is SSH into our Bastion host, right? So to SSH into your Bastion host, it is the same command we use to SSH. It's just a slightly different thing we'll do. So we'll do SSH space capital A. So this capital A is saying that we want to take that private key we just added. We want to take it and we want to kind of store it in the Bastion host memory. So that way we will now use it to SSH into the private instance. Because what you don't want to do is you don't want to just go and put your private key on the Bastion host, because the Bastion host is in the public subnet. So you don't, it's a security risk to just go and put your key there. But this SSH add we just did allows us to be able to forward the private key from our computer through the Bastion host to the private server. So that's why when you are running your command, this A is very important. So make sure you put capital A, then you do your regular -I and your key pair, and which is dev key. So I'll type dev there and I'll press tab. It will find it for me. Then you will type your EC2 -user at the public IP address of your Bastion host. So let's go copy that. So here I'll select my Bastion host, copy the public IP address. And I'll paste it here, press enter, right? So once you paste it and press enter, it will ask you if this is the first time, you type yes and press enter. And there you go. I have SSH into my Bastion host. So according to our reference architecture, we have SSH into the Bastion host here. So now that we are in the Bastion host, from the Bastion host, from the Bastion host, we want to SSH into the EC2. So we would, and to do that is very simple, right? All you have to do is type SSH space, then you type the username of your EC2 instance, right? The server you are trying to SSH into is an EC2 instance. So you type EC2 -user at, remember that is a private EC2. So it is not going to have a public IP address, but it would have a private one. So here, you come here and you see it doesn't have a public IP address, but it has a private one. So click the private one, copy it, and paste it here. Once you paste it, let me just show you in the, so you can see that's what this is saying, SSH EC2-user at the private IP address of your web server. Then press enter. The first time you try to SSH, it is going to give you this, type yes, and press enter. And there you go. We are now in our web server. You can tell you are in your web server because if you look at this IP address, this private IP address, it is the same one as the one we used to SSH into it. So again, what we just learned is how to SSH into an EC2 instance in a private subnet. Are we all good? You guys give me a yes, no. You're running into issues, whatever.
Hey, Aziz, I have a very quick question. As I'm using the Mac, so I feel comfortable with like doing all the SSH and hosting this entire like project on Mac. So do I really need to actually practice on Windows as well, or being
No, you
on
don't.
Linux is fine?
No, Mac is actually good. I love using Mac for
Yes.
cloud work, but since a lot of people have Windows, that's why I like teaching on Windows. But I learned all this thing on Windows. But if you look at what we are doing, is the same thing.
Yes, it's same.
With minor tweaks here and there. It's the same exact thing. So no, continue to use your Mac. So you guys know how this is how I learned Mac, how to do cloud work on Mac, and even how to use Mac, period. When I got my job on one project that had the option to pick between Windows and Mac, I've never used Mac before, and I forced myself to learn it. So I just requested a Mac computer, and that's how I learned Mac.
Okay, so for the job or the interview point of view, so can we ask them that we are comfortable in Linux or Mac, or if they because there are some kind of like some interviews that require a hands-on test, live hands-on test. So can we ask them actually that we are comfortable in the Mac environment or the Linux environment rather than Mac?
Yes, if they most of the time, if you go there, yes, if you can tell them that you are, if they have Mac, tell them you prefer Mac. But I think you should know the difference between both if you are trying to do anything. So I think you should just have that general knowledge of the difference between both, right? So you can see there's really no difference. It's just the method of both use SSH-AI. They use the same thing, right? So it's the same command for Windows and Mac, right? The only difference with Mac is that we have to set the chmod 600, which we don't have to do on Windows, but the commands are exactly the same.
You're so right. Actually, I haven't seen a lot of like videos before your session, and I've seen that uh, people are just doing installing the putty and then doing some steps. Actually, because you have used the PEM file, right? But there is another option to actually use the PPK file, which is I believe that is used for Windows only. So that makes a lot of difference and a very kind of difficult for me to actually understand. It's been like so many months. So I was just in a doubt that Can I continue with the Mac or the Linux, because I feel very comfortable with that environment as well.
Yes, you're right. So which is the reason why I didn't use PPK. PPK is only specific to PuTTY, and PuTTY is only works on Windows computer, right? So when you guys are connecting to a EC2 instance, this is the best way to do it. Just
Okay.
use your terminal, use a PEM file, and it's the same process with Windows and Mac. So Windows, you use PowerShell, Mac, you use your Mac terminal. It's the same exact thing, right? And I feel like this step is very straightforward. I started using PuTTY too. All my past lecture, I actually taught you guys PuTTY, but now I think this is the best way to do it moving forward. So
Okay,
use
thank
this way.
you.
Use this.
Yeah,
Use
it's
this
just
way.
Hi, Azeez.
Hello.
Hello, Azeez. Sorry to interrupt. I also could I suggest to use Mobxstrom? Mobxstrom is also a good application to use for this matter, where to SSH.
Yeah, sure. If I've seen some people using that, I haven't used it before. So
Okay.
yeah, but if that is convenient for you and you understand the process, yeah, go ahead, use it. Yeah.
Okay,
All right,
thank
thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. So Lai, you were able to, so did you add your -A? Which one are you getting the permission deny on?
So when I try to SSH into the EC2, that's where I get that permission.
Which one? The one in your public subnet, your Bastion host, or your Bastion host, or you are already in your Bastion host and you're trying to SSH into your private server?
Yes.
Which one?
Into the private server, the
So
Jupyter web, yeah.
did you add your key? Did you run the command to add your key to the
Yeah, I was able to.
and did you add the -A when you are running your SSH command? Check your command. I'm sure there's a typo somewhere.
So SSH-hey -I dev keypair dot pem EC2 -user at 18. This is my IP address, 18.118.
Is it the public IP address of the share your screen real quick.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we're
sorry.
supposed to, with the -A, we're supposed to SSH into the public or the private?
Your Bastion host. You're supposed to SSH
into the Bastion host. Maybe.
Can you share your screen real quick? Because I don't want to
Yes.
hold everyone up.
Okay, give me a quick second. Oh, where's it? Do you see my screen?
Yeah, it's a little bit small. Can you just press command plus?
Command plus.
Mm-hmm.
How about now? Is it?
Okay. So I don't see, where did you run oh, okay. But where did you run the command to add your key to the memory?
So I ran that in another terminal just to wait, hold on. To add it to the.
I think you have to be in the same terminal. I don't think you can be in a different terminal and run it and then go run your command in a different terminal. Try that. Maybe that's the issue.
Okay. Do you know how to exit out of the SSH or command?
Exit, type exit.
Okay.
So just press up on your, okay, well, you can do that too. If you press up, it will bring back all the commands you type. No, down, that's it. Okay, no, yeah, run that one.
Yeah.
All right, now run your press up again. Now run that one. Now run your SSH.
This.
Yeah, is that the IP of your?
Oh no.
See, you have ECL, EC1 there.
Oh. So I think it's my IDE that changed it.
All right, cool. All right. Nice one, man. So, all right. So now that we are in our private subnet, let's just check verify that the script we added to the EC2 instance worked, right? So here we are going to type cd /var /www/html, right? Then press enter, right? That will take us to the HTML. Then if you type ls, you should see your asset index.html and all that stuff there. So this visually, just looking at it, lets us know that our script that we ran on that EC2 instance executed successfully. So now moving on, our EC2 instance now is here. We've installed application on it. We can't, users on the internet users here cannot access it directly. So how we'll give them access is through the load balancer. So we'll create a load balancer and the users can use the load balancer to access it. So that's how the load balancer works. So and if you have multiple instances, the load balancer can distribute traffic to them. So that's what we are going to configure next. Escape here. Oh, I need to close this first. All right. So here, while we are still in EC2, the first thing we are going to do is create a target group. A target group allows you to specify what EC2 instance you want your load balancer to route traffic to, right? Yes, that's a good question. Yes, the user data would not stop the creation of your EC2 instance. If your script fails, it will just quietly kill itself in your EC2 instance, but your EC2 instance will still launch as usual. So you will have to go check like this, probably like, what's the word I'm looking for? The output, the launch output or the logs for the EC2 instance to see if it executed successfully. See, that's why I'm not a big fan of using the script right off the bat, because if you have an error in your command and you go run the script, your EC2 instance will still run, but your script will not work. Yes, so your EC2 instance will still be provisioned if your script fails. Someone asked, will your EC2 instance launch if your user data script fail? And the answer is yes. Okay, so like I was saying, we need to create a target group and have the application load balancer route traffic to that target group. So the target group is how you specify which EC2 instances you want your application load balancer to route traffic to. So while you are still in EC2, you would go to target group under load balancer. Here, you are going to click create target group. The target type, what we are trying to route traffic to, is an instance. So select instance. For the target name, we'll call it dev. I think it's called dev Jupyter TG. Let me just use whatever name I have. Yeah, dev Jupyter TG. Right. For the protocol, we'll leave it on HTTP port 80, IP type is going to be IPv4. For the VPC, select this drop down and select your dev VPC. And for the health checks, we are going to leave all this as default. Then click next. And here is where you are going to register your targets to the target group, meaning that the EC2 instance you want your load balancer to route traffic to, right? Here, we only want it to route traffic to our Jupyter web server. So we'll select our Jupyter web server here. Once you select it, click include as pending below. Then you should see it down here and you click next. Then on this page, you can review and click create target group. We have successfully created a target group. You can see the instance here. And right now it is going to say unused because our application load balancer, we haven't created it yet to route traffic to it. Yes, yes, you can find the recording on YouTube. So the next thing we are going to do now is create a load balancer. So click load balancers here. I'm going to click create load balancer. It's going to be an application load balancer. Click create. We'll give it a name. I think it's called Dev Jupyter ALB for load balancer. It is going to be internet facing. And the load balancer IP address type is going to be IPv4. Under network mapping, select your VPC, the dev VPC. And in that VPC, we are using two availability zones. Select availability zone US, the first one, whichever one you are using. And in that availability zone, you want to make sure you must use the public subnet. Application load balancer works in the public subnet, not the private subnet. Then you select the second availability zone too, right? And you also want to pick the public subnet in that availability zone. Then under security group, remove the default, select here, and select the application load balancer security group. Click out, right? Listeners, right? Under listeners and route, we'll leave this as default. Under default action, we'll be forwarding traffic to our target group. This is how your application load balancer forwards traffic to your target group. So here, under target group, select this drop down and select the target group you just created. Then we'll leave all this as default. So all you need to do is
Quick question. On the very top of an availability zone, when you chose the second subnet, what subnet did we put it in?
In the public subnet. It only works in the public subnet.
Okay, so we just put it in the second one. Okay.
Yeah. So first availability zone, public subnet, easy one. Second availability zone, public subnet, easy two.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So did you catch the other one or you want me to go slowly here? So security group, application load balancer security group. Under listeners, right? Forwarding traffic to target group. Here, you select your target group. Then everything else is default. So you can leave everything else as here. Scroll all the way down and click create load balancer. So we are creating the load balancer. We will wait for the load balancer to be active. Then we can now use the load balancer to access our website. So in the meantime, while we are waiting, does anyone have any question? Both here and on YouTube, does anyone have any question about load balancer?
I was gonna ask you about the Bastion host. I think AWS has stopped using Bastion host going forward, or they
Yes.
still using it? Okay.
Yes, so AWS has the EC2 Instance Connect endpoint. Yes. When we work on our next project, that's what we will use. Remember,
Oh.
this is for like, I'm teaching you guys a bunch of stuff, right?
I
Things you
see.
should know as a cloud engineer. So I didn't just want to use the endpoint without
Right.
teaching you guys how to properly, because you might work at a company that don't use the endpoint, that use normal SSH method. So I wanted to use this first project to show you guys how to connect using SSH.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Then on the next one, we would use the endpoint.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, you missed how the target group was created. So here, under target groups, click target groups, right? Under load balancing, click create target group. It is going to be instance. You give your target group a name. This protocol is going to be the same. IPv4, the same. Here, you select your VPC. This is going to be the same. Health check is going to be the same. And you click next. Because I didn't give it a name, so let me just enter some random name. You click next. On this page, you have to select the instance you want to route traffic to, right? Here, you have to select your web server, which is your dev Jupyter web server, not your Bastion host. Then once you select it, you click include as pending below. So it will add it here. Then you click next. On this page, you review it and you just click create. So that's how you create it. So we've created the load balancer is here. Let me just go back to the load balancer. It is active now, right? So if you now see, you will see the DNS name here. Okay. I'm glad you got it. So you see the DNS name now. If you now click here, right, and paste it here, press enter. You can see we are accessing our site using the DNS of our load balancer. So that's how you access your site using the DNS of your load balancer. So that's that. Then the next thing we need to do is, since now that we've done that, this is where the domain name comes in, right? So if you've registered a domain name, right, you're not going to give this DNS to your end users to use. And it's too long for them to remember. So that's why we have to use a custom domain name that is easy to remember. So let's just go straight to Route 53. And if you've registered a domain name, right, your domain name will be registered here. Like I said, if you guys can register for a domain name, don't worry about it at this point, just watch. And maybe later on, once you get that sorted out, you can. Then I have a domain name. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my dashboard here, not my hosted zone. Then select your domain name. This is not supposed to be here because it's from other stuff. So I'm just going to delete those for now. I'll show you what those means in the next. So your domain should look like this, right? In your hosted zone. So we'll click create a record, and under record name, it will be www for our subdomain name. And under alias, toggle this on. Then we are going to route traffic to look for alias to application and classic load balancer. Then we are going to choose the region our application load balancer is in. Mine is in the Northern Virginia region. So I'll scroll down, or you can type it up there to look for it. So Northern Virginia region is here. And then I'm going to click here. You should see your load balancer in that region. Then we're going to just click create record. And that's all we need to do. So we've created that A record. You can see it here. And it's routing traffic to the load balancer, which you can see here. So you can also check the status here to make sure this is in sync. It doesn't take that long. It'll be less than a minute. It should. There you go. So once that is in sync, come back to your hosted zone, click that record, and you can copy the record name here. Now, if you come back to here and paste it, press enter. And there you go. You can see we are now accessing our website from our domain name. Right now, you can see that our domain is not secure. Where we are accessing this, the port we are accessing this website on is port 80, right? Because internet traffic coming on port 80 is the one that is not secure. So we need to now configure another listener for port 443, because where our application load balancer is listening now, the only thing we configured is port 80. So we need to configure another listener port for port 443. But before we do that, we need a certificate from AWS, which is what you will use to secure the traffic. So we would go to Management Console and type ACM and select Certificate Manager here. And on this page, you are going to click Request Certificate. It is going to be a public certificate. Click Next. Then here, you are going to enter your domain name, right? So remember, I copied my domain name. I'm going to paste it here, but make sure you remove the www. Only your domain name.com. Then if our certificate has a sub-domain name, like the www part, because you know how when you guys go to website, you guys don't type www, you probably just type the domain name, right? That's what this will work for. Then for some people that are typing www, we can request another certificate, right? For that one, you will press star, period, and paste your domain name after it. So copy your domain name here and paste it. So that is how it will look. Your domain name up here, start period, and you can see they are explaining that here. So once you add these two, we are going to scroll down. This will be default. We will use DNS validation. Since we registered our domain name in Route 53, this will be what we'll use. Then we'll scroll down here. Everything else is default. Then we'll click request. We are now requesting the certificate. You can click view certificate here. It is pending. We'll wait for that to pretty much update. I'm not sure what the status will change to, but the status has to change here. Yeah. So let's give it I think it's this status has to change. Oh, okay. No, it probably don't need to change because it's saying we've requested the certificate, right? So the next thing is we need to create a record set in Route 53 to verify that that domain name belongs to us. Because you can't just go and request a certificate for any domain. You have to verify that the domain belongs to you, right? So because we registered for it in Route 53, AWS already makes it easy for us to verify there. So we just click create record in Route 53. and it will bring you here, and you just click create record, and that would automatically create that record set in Route 53. That is the one that you guys saw me that I deleted when I went to Route 53, and I'll show you guys once this is verified. So we've done that. If I refresh here, this should change to success. You can see success, success. And now the status of this should change shortly too. So you can see certificate is issued and verification is completed. So if I go back to Route 53 here, Route 53, hosted zone, you can see that verification we did. This is what it created. Right? So now we can now use this certificate to secure our website. To do that, we will go back to EC2, select service, EC2 under service, then go to load balancers, select your load balancer, then here come to select listeners and rule. And the one thing I want to point out is the listener is how our load balancer is able to is listening on port 80. You can see here is listening on port 80 and it is forwarding traffic to the target group, right? So here we're just going to create another listener. So we'll click here, add listener, and here you change it to HTTPS, which is on port 443. That is what is going to be forwarding traffic to the target group. And here we'll just select our target group. Then scroll down. All this is default, but under default SSL TLS server certificate, that is the certificate we just registered. So you will select this drop down and select your certificate here. That's all you need to do. And scroll all the way down and click add listener. So we've added the listener. You can see we have a port 443 listener forwarding traffic to the target group. We don't want the port 80 to be forwarding traffic to the target group. So we want when people, so what this is saying is like when people just go and type our domain name, that's them trying to access it on port 443. Because what makes something port 443 is when you see this HTTPS, you always see in every domain. But if someone is accessing something on port 80 right now, it's not showing it here. But if I was to copy this, right? And let me see if I can paste it in a notepad or something. You can see that it is HTTP. So a site that is not secure will be HTTP, and any site that's secure will be HTTPS. So if someone is trying to access our site just like this, they will be accessing it on HTTP. But when they do that, we want to redirect that traffic to HTTPS. So we will take this port 80 listener, click on it here, and here you say manage listener, click manage listener and edit listener, right? So here, under forward to target group, click redirect to URL. Then select full URL. Once you've done that, scroll down. That's all you need to do here and click save changes. So now.
I'm sorry, can you go to that setting? Can you do that one again? I'm sorry.
Okay. So from here, you select your port 80 listener, manage listener, edit listener. It will be here. Click redirect to URL, full URL, and that's all you need to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Save changes. You're welcome. So we've done that. If we go back to our listener, now you see our port 80 listener is redirecting traffic to HTTPS. and our HTTPS is forwarding traffic to our target group. So that's all we need to do. Now, if we refresh over here, you can see our website is secure. So if someone type www.domain name or just our domain name, it is going to forward traffic to our target group, and our site is secure. So one last thing we need to do, because I know we over time, and I always like to be respectful of people's time. One last thing we need to do is we've already, we are pretty much done, right? The only last thing we need to do is our website is here. Our website is on the EC2, right? It's just a single EC2 here. If we terminate this EC2, which is what I'm going to do, like that's what I'm saying, anything you guys are doing, you can test it. If we terminate this EC2, my website is gone. Imagine going home for the weekend and all that stuff. You want your business to be running at all times. So just setting up our website the way we just set it up is not good, because if that website goes, that EC2 goes down, your website is done, right? That is where we need Autoscaling group, because Autoscaling group would dynamically create your EC2 instance in case if any of them goes down. So that's what we are going to do next. So let's go to the EC2 console. To create an EC2, you need a launch template. The launch template is what specifies what instance type AMI the EC2 should use. So here in the EC2 console, we'll click launch template, create a launch template. We'll give the launch template a name. So here, I'm going to select the launch template name. Now just use the same name for the description. Then this, we are using it for auto scaling. So let's check auto scaling guidance, right? So here we can add a template tag if we want, or if we have a source template, we would. So no template tags are currently applied to this template. Add a template tag to apply. So if you want to add a tag to this launch template, you can add it, but I'm not going to add one, right? So here we can select quick start. Under the AMI, we need to select which AMI we want to use. So we select quick start and select Amazon Linux. We will use the Amazon Linux 2023. Under description, it will be the same. Instance type, we will use T2 micro. For the key pair, we're going to use our key pair. Under network, we are not going to select any subnets because we can do that when we create the auto-scaling group. So we'll leave that. But for security group, we can select this drop down. We need to select existing security group and select this drop down and select your web server security group. You can see my dev Jupyter web security group. Storage, we don't need to do anything here. Scroll down. Resource tag, this means that when you create the EC2, when the auto-scaling group is creating the EC2 instance, the tag you want to add to it. So here, we're just going to give it a name. So select the name, and for the value, we can use the same value we have been using, which is the dev Jupyter web. So yeah, I'll just paste that here. And advanced detail, don't forget to do that part, right? IAM instant profile, select this, and we want to select our dev Jupyter role, right? So those EC2 instances, as they launch, they have access to download the web files. And scroll all the way down. Under user data, you are going to come to your deployment script, copy it again, and paste it here. And once you do that, you are going to create launch template, and view launch template. We have created the launch template. Now we can create our autoscaling group. So to create the autoscaling group, come down to autoscaling group. Then click create autoscaling group. Give it a name. This is the last thing we are creating for the day, and we are done. Here, then you select your launch template, which we just created. Click next. Here, this is why we didn't select the VPC or subnet in our launch template, because we can do that here. So here, we're going to select our VPC. Then availability zone. Remember, our servers will go in the app, private app, right? So here we can select our private app AZ1 and private app AZ2, right? So once you select private app AZ1, private app AZ2, click out, and you can see it here. Verify it's your private app AZ1, private app AZ2. So under availability zone distribution, this is something that is new. I'm just going to leave it on the default. Then click next. Under load balancer, yes, we have a load balancer. So we are going to attach it to an existing load balancer. Then for the load balancer, we have a load balancer target group, right? So we'll select this drop down and select our target group. This is, we are going to leave this as no lattice service. I'm not sure what VPC lattice does. That's probably something new that I haven't visited before. So let's just leave that. A lot of this thing is default, right? So health checks, yes, we want this. We want the load balancer to check the health of our EC2 instance. And if they are not healthy, it is not going to route traffic to it. So we will check this and we'll check this. So the grace period is 300 seconds. We'll click next. Position size, it means that how many EC2 instances do you want running at all times? Let's just do one. But if you want to do two, you can do two. But so you don't have a lot of EC2 instances running, we'll do one. Then for scaling, the minimum desired capacity means that when your EC2 instance is scaling up, let's say your EC2 instance needs to scale up for some reason. How many instances do you want to scale up to? Let's say over the weekend, you start getting a bunch of people coming to your website and you want to add more servers to accommodate them. How many servers do you want the autoscaling group to keep adding until it will stop, right? That is what this means. So you will say, I want it to add up to 2 EC2 instances. And at the minimum, let's say there's nobody coming to our site. We don't want to leave EC2 instances running. Then we can say, I want it to remove up some EC2 instance and leave up to 1 EC2 instance. So that's what this minimum and maximum means. So I'll leave it on 1 and 2. This scaling policy is what I was just explaining. If you want to say, if my website, a lot of people are coming to my website, add 1 more EC2, add up to 2 EC2 instances, you will use scaling policy, but we don't need to do any of that. So, but just know the scaling policy you'll use. Then instance maintenance policy, we'll leave it as here, no policy. So we'll just let it do its thing. And all this, we will leave all this as default. So here, just leave it as default. Click next. Notification, this is when your autoscaling group is adding new EC2 instances, removing EC2 instance. If you want to get notification, this is where you can set it up. It is optional. We'll leave it as default. Then tag, if you want to add tag for your autoscaling group, you can add, we'll leave it as default. And here we just review and create auto-scaling group. So the auto-scaling group is creating our EC2 instance, right? The desired capacity is here. The minimum we want, the desired capacity is 1, and the minimum is 1, and the max is 2. So if we go to our EC2 instance console, right, the auto-scaling group would start launching one EC2 instance for us. So here we have the Bastion host. You guys can terminate the Bastion host. Terminate it. We don't need it. So here I'm going to refresh, and you can see the EC2 instance is up. It has launched the Dev Jupyter web server. That's the auto-scaling group launching it. So here, I'll wait for it to, remember I terminated my website, terminated my EC2 instance, and my website is not reachable. Now that I've created the auto-scaling group that's creating my site, if I refresh here, let me see if my site is up. Yes, it is up. And now the auto-scaling group created the server that is hosting my website. So the last thing we need to do is just test it, right? We have our auto-scaling group. So if you want to close all these things, you have to go and delete the auto-scaling group. Because if this is what I was explaining. Let's say our website is down for the weekend. I'm just going to terminate this EC2 instance that the auto-scaling group created, right? Because my desired capacity on the auto-scaling group is 1, the event on the auto-scaling group, can see on the activity, the auto-scaling group, you can see what's going on with the EC2 instance. It would be notified. It would know that the EC2 instance is down. And if I refresh here, you'll see another EC2 instance will run. We'll see another EC2 instance came up. And here, my site is still functioning. I mean, it's still probably, the EC2 instance is not fully, it hasn't, I need to give it time to run the script, right? But if I give it a little bit more time, right? So this is why for your desired capacity, you might want to use like 2 or 3, right? So I just need to give it time for it to execute that EC2 instance. There you go. And you can see it took less than a minute. My site was just temporarily down. It is now up and running. So this is pretty much this whole application, how to host a static application on AWS, right? And with this, you learned a lot of stuff, right? I decided to show you guys this way so you guys can learn a bunch of things. And these are all the things we covered today, every single thing here. This is also the very foundation of your cloud journey for all the things we are going to build that will take you from where you are now to an expert. This is the foundation. So in concluding today, you need to understand every single thing we did here. So I'm telling you guys, if this is the first time you are building the project, this is where you would do the most work. So if there's nothing you don't understand, redo this project over and over, watch this video over and over, redo the project over and over until you make sure that every single thing I've listed here, you can do. You understand it. Not only you can do, but you can speak about it. This is what's also going to help you in the interview. We are building everything now as you go. So we are mastering everything as you go. So every single thing we have here, make sure you understand how to configure them. And it is also something you can discuss with someone, you can talk about. We covered every single thing here today. So this is something for you to, checklist for you to go through, right? And in addition to that, use this checklist, redo this project over and over until you understand everything on this checklist. Once you are done with the checklist, right, there's an assignment for you. This is assignment 1 for this project. In your project asset, I have a assignment folder here. And in this assignment folder, there's another file there, another project file. What I want you to do is read this instruction, right? So, what I want you to do is deploy this assignment application using only your notes, and the assets that are provided, meaning that you can use the reference architecture, you can use the agenda that I gave you, you can use the note you took, and everything else. Don't use the video. Don't watch the video on how to configure it. Use the notes. And the only reason why I'm doing it this way is for you to build your muscle memory. So before you do the assignment, that's why I said, go through the checklist. Make sure you understand the process to configure these things. Then, once you are confident in your ability, give it a test by using just your notes and things you've written down to try to complete the assignment. You have to hold yourself accountable. I won't be there to see whether you did it or not, but don't cheat yourself. Try to do the things that you're supposed to do, right? So don't cheat yourself. Challenge yourself to actually learn it. And that's it. So that's the assignment for today, right? So that's pretty much everything for this project. Next week will be a brand new project, a dynamic application. That should go a lot faster because we don't have to create a VPC. We'll just go straight into creating our resource. So in that, I'll show you what to delete today. Don't delete your VPC. We'll delete resources from that we created today, but not the VPC. So let's start.
Real quick before we delete, as far as adding this to our portfolio, do we need to take screenshots once we do the next assignment, I guess, that we can post like on our LinkedIn or put in our GitHub?
Yeah, at some point, because we ran out of time today, I will show you guys how to add it to your portfolio in another session.
Perfect.
Yeah. So let's start.
Azeez,
Yes.
my question is how to add this project in GitHub portfolio?
Yes, I will show you guys in another class. So if we have time next week, when we do the other project, I'll show you guys how to add it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Azeez, sorry, one more thing.
Yes.
Are you going to add this onto Slack for us?
What did you say?
Are you going to add it onto the Slack for us?
What adding the video? Yeah, the link will be there. So it'll be on YouTube. It's on YouTube now, so it will be on YouTube. I'll add it to Slack for you guys. And if you guys want the cloud one, I'll add it.
Yeah, please.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
So we will walk backwards in the way we created our resources. So first, we would delete the autoscaling group. So go to your autoscaling group, actions, delete, and type delete here. So that's the only way you will be able to remove the EC2 instance, because if you keep deleting the EC2 instance, it will keep spinning up new one. Then we'll give that time. Once that's done, the next thing we are going to do is, because it's deleting the EC2, so it might take time. Oluwaseun, you are welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for your feedback. I appreciate it. I know it's a little bit long, but look, that's the sacrifice you guys have to make, honestly.
This is awesome. Like Man, I learned so much. This is amazing.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you guys did, right? Thank you so much. And for those of you that stuck around, I know 4 hours is a long time, but is in the end is going to be worth it. So I'm waiting for this to delete, but it's because it's still terminating the EC2 instance. So let's see if we can delete our target group while that is working. I mean, not our target group, but our launch template. So the next thing we'll delete is the launch template. So we'll come here to launch template, select the launch template, actions, delete template, and type delete, and click delete. Okay, we can delete the launch template, which is good. You guys give me a second, please. Okay, sorry. All right, we've deleted our autoscaling group launch template. Now let's delete our application load balancer. So select your load balancer, actions, delete load balancer, type confirm, and delete. So delete the load balancer. Now we can delete the target group. Select the target group, actions, delete, delete, and that is gone. So while we are there, before I forget, let's just clean up the record set too. So in Route 53, let's type Route 53 over here. And we select our hosted zone. Select your thing. Select your domain name, sorry. The only one you want to delete is the A record, right? The certificate, you guys don't have to delete it. AWS will not charge you for it, right? Because we deleted the load balancer, this is not going to route traffic to, this is not going to, that load balancer is not available anymore. I mean, you can always edit it, but delete it. So to delete it, make sure you just here, once you select it, click delete record. Don't click delete zone, because if you click delete zone, you will delete your OSS zone. Click delete record and delete. You can leave this and you can leave your certificate. AWS will not charge you for those. So we've delete that load balancer, right? So the next thing we need to do is let's delete our NAT. Yes.
Sorry. What happens when you delete? When you click delete zone, please? You were mentioning.
You will be deleting your hosted, your domain name's hosted zone.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. Right,
so you'll be deleting that whole thing, which is not good. I mean, there's a way to get it back, but it's going to be so frustrating. So we've deleted the those ones, load balancer and things. So the main important one we need to delete. Remember, we are not going to delete our VPC. So the main important thing we need to delete is the NAT gateway. So we are going to go to VPC here. And we are going to select NAT gateways. Select your NAT gateway. Actions. delete NAT gateway, type delete, and click delete. Right? So it is deleting it. We'll give it some time to delete it, right? When we were creating the NAT gateway, AWS allocated an elastic IP that we used to run the NAT gateway. So the thing about elastic IP is if you allocate one and you are using it, AWS does not charge you for it. But if you delete the resource and now that we've deleted the NAT gateway, the IP address we allocated is just there. Now AWS will charge you for it. So once this is deleted, we will go and release that elastic IP. So it's deleted, right? So here we'll come to elastic IP up here. Select that elastic IP, actions, release elastic IP address, and release. That's gone. The last thing we need to delete is the security group. AWS will not charge you for it, but since we are going to we're going to use the VPC for the next project, I want us to clean the security group out of it. So next week we'll just proceed, right? So go to security groups, filter by your VPC. So we only see what's in your VPC. The first security group we are going to delete is the web security group. Select that one, click actions, and click delete security groups, and click delete. The next one, it has deleted, it's just still showing there. Refresh, it is gone. The next one is the ALB. So select the ALB. Actions, delete security groups, delete. And the last one is so if you refresh, it is gone. The last one is the SSH. Actions, delete security group, delete. You can leave the default one there. I don't even think AWS lets you delete it. So you can leave the default one there, and you can leave the default security group, and you can leave the VPC. AWS don't charge you for VPC. So this is, if you accidentally delete your VPC or you delete, for some reason you choose to delete it, if you want to follow along for next week, this is very important. So I should say it now. If you want to follow along for next week's project, you have to recreate your VPC up to this point. So you will create your VPC without having a NAT gateway in it, because next week we are not going to recreate VPC anymore. We'll just go straight into building our application in the VPC. The only thing we'll create in the VPC is the NAT gateway, because we deleted it now, so we have to recreate it back next week. And we will create the security group, and from there we will start building our application. So that's the thing about that. And with that, that is this project. Thank you guys. I definitely have fun teaching you guys. This is sharing what I know, right? I pray that it becomes more than this for you guys, and you guys find value in it and take it, run with it, do great things with it. Just like how you guys are doing this now, that is exactly how I started. It started from someone recommending it to me, right? Someone just said, I was talking about ways to make more money, right? Someone said, why not try AWS? I looked at it. It felt like a long journey and it felt like something that wasn't possible, but I just, every day, again, remember the theme of what I always want you guys to know is progress. Small progress every day accumulates to your big success in the future, right? Just doing something in it every day does make a difference. So you guys just continue doing what you are doing. Eventually, it will get there. So just like that, I took a chance in it. I have something here. Last thing I'm going to show you guys. Let me show you guys something. Just my own personal journey. Right. Just a second here. Downloads. So at that time, when I wanted to start, when I was looking for how to something that will make me money, this was my job at the time, right? So you can see how much I was making every 2 weeks. And this I don't really share this. I haven't shared it with anyone personally, but when I started doing AWS, within 5 years of doing AWS, I became a millionaire, right? So, and I'm not saying I made all my money as a cloud engineer, but I made a good money as a cloud engineer. What that allowed me to do is I made good money as a cloud engineer, which now I have money to invest. So I was able to get a lot of money from somewhere that I can invest that even made more money for me. So that was how I did it. And it started just like how you guys are doing now. I literally just took a chance on it. You guys don't ignore the noise of whether AWS is firing people, whether they are firing people. If you are good and you are consistent, you'll get a job. There's always going to be job. Always. So the main thing you have to do is just do your part, continue to do the work, and you'll be fine, honestly. So that's my thing for today. Thank you, guys. Thank you. If anyone has any question, I can stay 5 to 10 more
I
minutes.
dropped the message,
Aziz,
Aziz.
question quickly.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Like,
I dropped the message. Oh gosh.
Okay, hold on. So is that Balikis?
Yes.
Where did you drop your message?
Okay, so I said, is it possible I'm able to talk to you after the class?
Call me. Yes, you can. We can talk, but I think Mr. Abel asked me the same thing too. Is Mr. Abel still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So let me see. I will message you guys on Slack. So can you message me on Slack so that way I have your Slack thing?
Okay,
Because
great.
I may be able to call you on Slack directly because I have some family thing I have to go do. But let me go check that first. If I'm free, I'll call you guys on Slack.
Okay,
So
I'll drop a message.
Mr. Abel is first, and after Mr. Abel, I'll call you.
Okay.
quickly, two things, right?
I'm gonna message you too, Aziz, please.
Yeah. So, all right. The first one is I'll go. The first one is when you created the S3 bucket, right?
Mm-hmm.
I asked if you don't mind, let me share the screen quickly. I just need
Yeah,
to
sure.
show me something. Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
All right, great. So this is the S3 bucket that I created, and the file was here. Okay, which is this. But then you said I should go in here and then here and then this, right? The Jupyter one.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I clicked to drag it, it was just like this. So I just stopped and then I said, well, maybe later I will watch the video.
Yeah.
And then I was not getting the file in here.
Okay. So the mistake you are doing is the mistake you are making is if you go back to that file. No, go back to the file you were trying to drag in there. In your file explorer, where you are the zip file. Yeah. So now go back some more. So click back on that file, go back to the first year right there. Go back again. So you can see where you are clicking, that is a zip file. So if the file is zip, you're not going to be able to drag anything out of it. So the one you should be clicking is the one below it, the one you unzipped. So click in there. Yeah, double click. Now it's there. Now drag that one.
Okay. And so that's the first thing. Now the second thing,
So
it
once
took
you
me.
drag it, you have to scroll down and click upload. Yeah, it's right there. So click upload. All right. What was the second thing?
It took me a while to get into the link or something. I mean, accidentally, I just saw the email yesterday, and then I was like, I'm not sure because I've been trying to get you with the Slack thing, but every time I wouldn't get you. So this morning now, when I woke up, I said, let me try the link. And then I was able to get you to the Zoom thing now with this one. So how do I get the video now, like
So
going forward?
this video is on YouTube, right? So I'm recording it on cloud here, but I think the one we did here, I'll try to edit it very well. That one, but that would be like a long thing. But the immediate one, if you guys just want to watch the playback for this video, is on YouTube. So you guys, let me share, right? So I've created a playlist here. So you guys just go on YouTube. So go to my channel and here, click on playlist. And it is the hands-on AWS DevOps project. So the one we did today, this is the first one. This is it. So you guys will see it here. And you can watch the playback here. Does that answer your question?
Yes. So those are the questions for now. But eventually, I know we'll talk about for now. These are the two. That's okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
So I
going
should have
forward.
added you to the Slack. You should have a Slack invite from me because everyone, even as of yesterday, this week, I added everybody to Slack based on who has an active subscription. So try to check your email. Sometimes those Slack invite goes to the spam. If you don't see it, just message me, email me, and I will help you. I will sort it out. But you should have a Slack invite from me.
Aziz, quick question. Are you gonna drop the recording in the Slack, like the whole stream, or what will it be?
The recording is here. I'll post it in the Slack now, so you guys can.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So there's a link to the playlist. I'm just going to paste it in that other channel that I created for this group. So then I'm going to paste it here so you guys can watch it there. Okay. Anyway, thank you guys. It was fun. I'll see you guys next week. I'll send out the information for the project we're going to be building next week, just like how I did it, how I did for this project. I'll send the same one out for next week. So someone is asking for my Instagram. This is my Instagram. I'm not sure if I'm logged in on this thing.
I do. While you pulling up, I do have one quick question. So I am part of your paid membership. But I see on YouTube you also have member content only for Terraform. Is that different from the paid?
It's kind of like the same thing, but that one is just you just watch it with ads.
Okay.
Right. So no, but this one is, so if you're asking, it's not entirely the same thing, but I mean you get the same project here, right? But the only difference is like the one on YouTube, you watch it with ads and you kind of like do your own troubleshooting yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the difference.
Aziz,
But
one thing, I'm not
no,
sure
go
if I'm added to that other Slack channel
Are you sure?
specifically.
Okay.
If you sent something in there, I didn't get no alert.
Okay, let me check. I'll add you. Where is my phone? I don't think I'm logged into my just a second. I'm trying to find right. My phone was beeping over here. No, so I can't find my phone. Okay. Anyway, I'll find my. I think my Instagram name I think is Owolabi, but it's like Owo_Labi, something like that. So I'm trying to find. But does anyone else have any question while I'm trying to find this?
Yeah, Aziz. So regarding the trading, do you set up a different session for it? I'm just curious.
Which one? Trading?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, trading. Trading, I kind of like have a in the channel, I have a in the Slack channel, I have like a trading thing there, and it's like a Zoom link there where I'm in the Zoom link every day. Like this, I have a Zoom link there where I
Okay, so
just
you're
start.
trading live then.
Yeah, I just kind of like trade live. So yeah, you can catch me there. So this is my IG username. This right here. The one that was actually. I'm not like really too active on it, but
So, Aziz, where did you drop your IG? Because you mentioned Owolabi, but I've reached out to you before using your AOS Note
yeah,
IG.
yeah. So this is my personal one, and this is my AOS Note one. AOS
Oh,
Note
okay,
one.
okay.
I think that one is AOS Note. Let me post it
Yeah, I
here.
reached out to you via your official professional Instagram platform before.
Everyone always use like different names, so I don't be knowing who is who. You know,
I see.
our IG name is always like something else. So I don't even know which one is me because there's so many Olabi here.
I was wondering when you said you don't remember. I was like, oh no, I've contacted you before through AOS Notes.
I wish I was logging. Don't worry, next time I'll log in if you guys, but I don't. Yeah, but it's what I posted. It's like 2 double_labi. You'll see me. I mean, there's so many people here. It's like that's going by the same name that I can't. Anyway, let me even stop that recording because we're done with the um. Okay. Does anyone else have any question?
No, just please
I just
remember
want to
to
say
add me to the group.
What did you say?
Please remember to add me to that new Slack group you say you created.
I will.
Okay.
yeah, this is not the question. I just want to say thank you so much for your dedication, for the passion, everything. You put a lot into this teaching. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you, everyone. You're welcome. I certainly appreciate you guys. You guys being here. I'm excited to teach you guys as long as you guys are willing to learn. Like, I mean, if I'm making a difference in just one person, is good enough. So, as long as you guys are willing to learn, that's what gives me. And please you guys help me share the video and like it too. That would help as well. Let me see if I can find my personal one from here because I don't know my username or my password. So let's see. Yeah, this is me right there. What is my Instagram? And AOS Note is my personal one, my business one. So, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Oluwale. I appreciate it. I'm actually happy to see a lot of Nigerians here. I'm happy to see everyone. Hi, Dylan. You're watching from YouTube today. I'm actually happy to see a lot of Nigerians here. But I'm happy to see everyone in general. But thank you, guys. I'll see you guys next week. Next week, we'll work on the dynamic one. Then from the dynamic project, we will work on the next one is Docker ECS. Then from Docker ECS, Kubernetes. From Kubernetes, Terraform, maybe Ansible, CI/CD. And that should, and CI/CD, Python. Not Python, I don't want Python, but Lambda, but it involves Python. So when we get there, I will discuss what you guys need to watch out for. So, but yeah, we do have, so I'm anticipating like this will probably take us maybe 8 to 12 weeks to go get through all the projects, but we'll get through it. Okay, guys. Thank you very much. Mr. Abel and Balikis, I'll give you guys a call. Just let me go check some stuff real quick. And I'll see you guys next week. But you'll get an email from me on the details of everything. So have a good weekend, guys. And don't forget your assignment. On the assignment, there's actually a Google Dropbox, no, a Google Drive that you are supposed to drop the screenshot of your assignment once you complete it. So once you get through the assignment, post it in there so at least I can see who's doing what, right? And I'm sorry, I want to say you guys' name, but I'm afraid to mess it up. So see you guys later. Bye. So so post it in there. You never know, maybe whoever is consistent enough, I may have like a prize present for you at the end of the project. Could be something nice. So use the Google Drive. You'll see the link on the assignment. Try to get through the assignment, challenge yourself, and post it there. All right. Okay. That's it. I'm done. Okay. What? Yes.
Yeah. What's the deadline to submit the assignment?
Since we are doing one project per week,
Okay.
right? So your deadline should be this week.
All right.
Right. But I don't want to rush you guys because some people, this is probably the first time, this is probably the first time they are probably building a VPC and all that stuff. So I really don't want to say rush it through this week, but whatever time your time permits according to your schedule, do it. But don't slack on it just to slack on it. Don't slack on it and do it at your own time, but challenge yourself to complete it, but complete it at your own time that works for you. So I say anywhere from a week to 2 weeks, because when we have next week's project, you will get another assignment. So, and you will probably get up to 8 assignments. As we work on new projects, there will be assignments. So it's just up to you how, whatever works for you. But the main thing is just be consistent and complete it.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem. All right. Thank you, guys. I would email you during the week for the details on the next project, and I'll see you guys next week. Have a good weekend, guys.
Thank you, Azeez.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Nice weekend, Azeez.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you. Bye.